ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಆಡಿಬಲ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಓಕೆ, ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಡಿಬಲ್? ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ, ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳಿ? ಓಕೆ, ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲೂ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಕವರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಸೇಮ್ ವಾಯ್ಸ್.
Good morning to all of you. My name is Rajshekhar. I am the director of this institute, the Institute for Social and Economic Change. A warm welcome to all of you to the institute and also to the half-a-day meeting or conference on experience of administrative reforms in India. It gives me great pleasure to invite Mr. S. Ramanathan, who is no stranger to this institute. He has been associated with the institute since its inception, and then we have been seeing him. And then thank you very much, sir, for coming once again. You're warm welcome. And also, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Mr. V. Srinivas, who is Secretary to Government, Department of Administrative Reforms, Public Grievances, Department of Pensions and Pensions Welfare, Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Government of India. Okay. I also would like to welcome Mr. Vijay Bhaskar, IAS retired, former Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka. And Mr. Vijay Bhaskar is a dear friend of Isaac, and he is instrumental in giving us the program on public policy and governance, with which we have been able to train KS officers and basically senior officers from Karnataka government. And then this has happened when he was Chief Secretary. Welcome back to Isaac, sir. And before I request Mr. Vijay Bhaskar to chair the session, I also would like to welcome the other important participants. Well, there are the galaxy of people here, and then I would like to welcome Ms. Sheila Thomas, IAS Chairperson and Managing Director of Kerala Rubber Board, and she has traveled all the way from Kerala. Welcome to our institute, madam. It also gives me pleasure to invite Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram, who is a dear friend of Isaac, and then he is our life member. He served as a member of our governing board, and together with Mr. Ramanathan a number of times, and then a warm welcome to you. And there are also some important participants online. Professor Deshpande is there, and many others, and a warm welcome to those who are online as well. Yeah. I also would like to welcome Mr. Manish Bodgil, Secretary, DPAR. So nice. I have talked to you, sir, over telephone a couple of times, but I did not know that you are sitting next to me. So, so a warm welcome to you, sir. So before, now I would like to request Mr. Vijay Bhaskar to chair the inaugural session, and over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rajshekhar. On behalf of Indian Institute of Public Administration, Karnataka branch, I extend a hearty welcome to our Chairman Emeritus, Sri S. Ramanathan. We are especially happy to have Mr. V. Srinivas, the Secretary to Government of India, the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, and Department of Pensions and Pensioners Welfare. He has come all the way from Delhi, and He will be giving a talk on experience of administrative reform, lessons and experiences 2019 to 23 to this in this conference. I also extend a hearty welcome to Ms. Sheila Thomas, who is the chairperson and managing director, for her for coming to Bengaluru on our invitation, and she will be talking on the experience of the Kerala Administrative Reforms Commissions. I also extend a hearty welcome to our respected senior colleague, Sri S.S. Meenakshi Sundaram. I also welcome Sri Munish Mudgil, Secretary of the Department of Administrative DPR, Administrative Reforms, Government of Karnataka, and all other participants on behalf of IIPA Karnataka Regional Branch. I now request Sri S. Ramanathan to give his opening remarks.
So we light the lamp.
Yeah, we'll light the lamp and then.
No, you can do it from there. It's lit, sir. It's lit.
I now request Sri S. Ramanathan to give his opening remarks.
Friends, I will not repeat the names of all the dignitaries who have been specially invited to grace this occasion and to participate in this very important seminar on administrative reforms and our experience in that area. Of course, I'll make a special mention of Mr. Srinivas, Mrs. Sheila Thomas, Mrs. Professor Kalashidhar, Mrs. Vani, Dr. Indrajit Bhagia, and Dr. Meena Nayak for gracing this occasion and sharing their experiences in the area of reforms in public administration. We in the IAPA have periodically arranged these conferences on administrative reforms. Possibly in the last 32 years, when I was heading the IAPA as chairman, you must have organized some conferences even in the late 60s, 70s, 80s. Because the contours of public administration are changing practically every 5 years or so. What was public administration soon after independence is entirely different today from what it is today, public administration is today. because of the various influences in innovations, in technological innovations, and currently with the inputs that the digital transformation is bringing into the whole area of public administration. So the contours of public administration are changing. And so within the ambit of that, administrative reforms is taking a new dimension. Also, the nature of administrative reforms, the scope and content is largely decided because in the current context where administration and politics sometimes influence each other in one sense or the other, the modernization process or the area in which we want to take reforms are also changing because of the political context and its basic character, content, and style of functioning is greatly influenced by the political environment. Market reforms, digital revolution, internet, all are making such inroads in terms of the way in which we are functioning and in way in which administrators today have to attune themselves to these new challenges that are emerging. So therefore, we are very happy today that Sri is here today, Srinivas is here today to talk to us and give us an overview. I found it extremely interesting that the other day, in the Civil Services Day, that was observed, and Prime Minister gave away some prizes to some distinguished officers who have rendered outstanding service. I saw the collector of Baramulla,
Yes.
a Muslim lady,
Yes.
receiving the prize.
Very
Shari. And yesterday I just watched a YouTube on her. And then a series of videos came on her work. And one that was referred to was how the district, in what area the administrative forms, what she pioneered. Possibly Mr. Srinivas possibly knows much better than what she did. But what she seems to have done is to bring prosperity to the people of Baramulla, which of course is a strife-ridden district, the border district. A lot of militancy is also there. That something like, I don't know whether it's a milk cooperative or something of the kind, milk cooperative or something, where she, for the poor women in the villages and in the deficit district, she brought prosperity by organizing village cooperative women to collect women and then they sell the women and improve their livelihood and source of income. And possibly that may be one of the reasons why, apart from others, that she got also the prize. So, secondly, the other purpose that I would like to say that we have a Foundation Day lecture today and of the IIPA. And I would like to say that we in the IIPA Karnataka Region branch, which is being currently headed by our distinguished colleague, Mr. Vijay Bhaskar, we have been known to be as one of the best performing branches in the country. For information, Mr. Srinivas I may mention, I'm sure he's aware of it because I think he's also the governing board of the IAPA. So last year, we were adjudged as the best regional branch of the country. Possibly, we would have been regional branch even earlier but we didn't have a scheme by which there was any performance assessment by the IIPA. But we knew in our heart of hearts that we are one of the best branches in the country because we were performing far better than others because we knew it ourselves. So it's also important over the years, we organize hundreds and hundreds of conferences, seminars, lectures, workshops on various aspects of public administration, on contemporary relevance, and also with particular reference to the policies and programs of the government of Karnataka. Being in Karnataka, our duty was also to focus on the programs and policies of government of Karnataka. And in some one or two cases also, in some cases that were referred to us for study, we also made some recommendations which were accepted by the government of Karnataka. And in one or two cases also incorporated by amendments in the concerned legislation on the subject. So, sir, without taking much time, I would like to say that we are looking forward to a very interesting and constructive discussion on the subject. And I'm sure Mr. Srinivas, who has an overview of the entire administration of ministers all over the country, will be able to explain to us and also talk to us on the whole question of administrative reforms. Thank you very much for all of you for coming.
So thank you, sir, for giving an introduction to the workshop, the conference, and to the work of the IIPA, and to the broad context of administrative reforms. So I would now like to make a presentation on administrative reforms in Karnataka. Because Karnataka is the old Mysore princely state, Maharaja of Mysore. Mysore was well known as Mahatma Gandhiji called Mysore as Ramarajya. In fact, students of history will know of public administration that the Arthashastra, which is the unique contribution of India to public administration in the world, was found after a gap of nearly 1000 years in it was in the Mysore Oriental Research Center, and it was translated and published by the Oriental Research Center, which was founded by the Maharaja of Mysore. And the Maharajas, helped by their very able Divans, Professor Dr. Sri Sheshadri Iyer, Samafuma Sheshadri Iyer, Sir M. Vishweshwaraya, Sir Mirza Ismail, to name a few, were especially Nalvadi Krishnaraj Vadiyar, were forerunners of administrative reforms in the country, and they were pioneers. So Karnataka has a rich history of administrative reforms, and probably it was in recognition of this fact that both the first and the second Administrative Reforms Commission set up by the government of India were headed by leaders from Karnataka. First, of course, was headed by, when it was first set up, it was headed by Sri Morarji Desai, who later after becoming Deputy Prime Minister. It was then headed by Sri K. Hanumantayya, who was former Chief Minister of Karnataka. The second ARC was also headed by a former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Sri Veerappa Moily. So in that context, administrative reforms is a part of the it is a part of the spirit of administration in Karnataka. It is interwoven with the spirit of administration in Karnataka. In coming to recent reforms at both at the state and national level, we have ease of doing business, ease of living, some of which are, for instance, affidavit-based permissions. State level databases have been set up in Karnataka like Kutumba and Fruits, which make use of the JAM Trinity, Jan Dhan Aadhaar mobile phone to provide more than 1,000 services in a purely offline mode. Some of them are they are paperless, cashless, and contactless. Some of them are only contactless. Some of them are contactless and paperless. So there are different types, but all of them are available online. Of course, it is also used for direct benefit transfer and UPI. In Karnataka, in recent years, the first administrative reforms were set up under Sri Arnalli Ramaswamy in 2000. It submitted its report in 2001. And usually there is a feeling among all of us, among the general public, that commissions are set up, but their reports are just shelved and nothing is done. They either gather dust or no one bothers about it. But I'm very proud to inform you that out of the 729 recommendations made by this commission, 707 were implemented. And some of the major recommendations were, it identified the vacant posts and which were not deemed necessary, and it led to abolition of these vacant posts and also conversion of some of these vacant posts to needy posts, and dropping of budget heads with allocations of less than 1 lakh, etc. Next. So in the context to which Sri Ramanathan referred to, in the rise of technology and COVID-19, the government felt that there is a need to evaluate the changes required and to recommend new changes in administration to make administration ready for the coming decades of the 21st century. And it set up the Karnataka Administrative Reforms 2 Commission 2 in January 2021, and I was appointed as the chairman. There are no other members. Next. So the terms of reference were broadly to review the implementation of the first commission and to give reports on restructuring of departments and evaluate governance comprehensively. It's very broad terms of reference we're giving to the commission. So when we started our work, we thought that next you may have heard of Sydney Yoshida, a Japanese researcher who proposed the concept of iceberg of ignorance, which shows the disconnect between managers and frontline employees. With the top level management, they know only 4% of their organization problems, whereas 96% of the organization problems are not known to the top management. And they are what? The lower level, the frontline staff are aware of 100% of the problems. But because there is no mechanism for them to convey their feedback and to give their suggestions, these problems remain unaddressed. Next, please. So we thought the best way to go about it is to flip the iceberg, get in touch with the frontline staff, go to frontline offices and get their feedback on issues that are bothering them, that are problem to them, that hinder them in giving good services to citizens. And based on those feedback and their suggestions, we went about preparing our reports. Next, please. So this is the methodology we had adopted: focus group discussions, field visits, users feedback. More than 30,000 users were called over telephone to get their feedback on various services. Analysis, NESDA analysis of various services to see how well their e-governance, their electronic services were there. Process audit of files, suggestions from senior officers, retired officers, reports of various, we set up committees, and research and consultation studies from institutes including ISEC, IIM Bangalore, Public Affairs Center, etc. And lastly, we finalize the reports in consultation with the concerned officers. So we have submitted 5 reports so far, covering 23 departments. We still have to submit reports. We have taken them up department wise. We still have to submit reports on around 16 departments, and we propose to submit them by the end of December, which is our by when our tenure ends. Again, as I said, next. Usually I'm asked about what is done to these reports. Well, I'm glad to inform you that the government, at least in its budget speeches, has shown its determination, commitment to administrative reforms, and has declared that it will examine the recommendations and necessary action would be taken up. And also the Chief Secretary, she reviews the implementation of the report, the recommendations in the monthly secretaries meeting next week. So I would just like to give you a flavor of some of the recommendations that we have made, so that and the themes under which these recommendations. The first major theme we found is delegation of powers to the lower level staff. When initially during the colonial period, we had the higher level officers who were selected by examinations which were held in the UK, and gradually at the lowest levels we had probably very just literate people. But now, whether it is a chief secretary or the cabinet secretary or a second division assistant or a junior assistant in a government department, the basic qualification for them is a degree, graduation. So in terms of educational qualifications, there is nothing much to differentiate between a first division assistant and the cabinet secretary or the chief secretary. So in that sense, we need to empower our lower level officials. So we went about this as a major theme. For instance, the first one of the recommendations, marriages under the Hindu Marriages Act 90, these we found that nearly 70% are not registered. The reason is they have to be registered in the Taluk Sub-Registrar's office. So we have recommended, and government has taken the decision at the RDPR that these be delegated to the Gram Panchayat development officers, Panchayat development officers, and to the urban local bodies, so that there is a higher, it is easier for Hindu marriages to be registered. Many proposals for extension of time and variation in estimates of contracts have to be sent to government level. So there again, we have suggested that powers should be delegated to the Director for Municipal Administration for such revisions for speedier processing of and completion of infrastructure projects. The third is nearly 75% of new electricity connections are for less than 5 kilowatt load, that is domestic connection. But the approval authority is the assistant executive engineer of the electricity company. So we have suggested that this power should be delegated to the section officer, who is the assistant engineer below him, so that it is easier and the workload on the higher level officers reduces, so that they can give more attention to other important issues. Next, please. Use of technology to integrate databases. For instance, boat owners, GPS communication systems have been developed by ISRO. We have suggested that they can be fitted to all mechanized fishing boats to help fishermen, rescue fishermen in terms of in times of distress. And also the integration of multiple isolated systems like Bhumi, Iswattu. These are different land-based systems. Bhumi is for agricultural land, Iswattu is for rural development, Gram Panchayat land, E-Asti is for urban development land, and Kaveri is for registration, that these be integrated next week. And this, as I'm also happy to inform you, this has already been done, and pilot project has been completed of integration. Kaveri 2 has been launched in many talukas of the state. Next. Simplification of procedures. Government of India has was decided that there should be maximum of 4 levels for a file to move in the secretariat. And we have suggested that the government of Karnataka also adopt this. And renewal of licenses, rather than doing it every year and renewing or asking for new documents, we have suggested that they be made valid for 5 years, and auto renewal be done by payment online and printing of the certificates online. Realistic amounts of funds for office maintenance and continuity. Many of the problems we found in the frontline office that we don't have money for stationery, we don't have money to buy cartridges, we don't have money even to pay telephone bills or electricity bills. So this is a problem in the frontline office, and I mean there are other ways in which they do this, which is certainly not desirable. So therefore, we have suggested that all these have to be increased for the contingency. We have given suggestions for different offices. For instance, in a lockup, inmates they were being given 10 rupees, 10 to 15 rupees for 2 meals in a police lockup. So we can imagine how police stations are actually meet the actual costs. Next, please. Fifth, the participation of stakeholders is very important, and in terms of course, though Karnataka is a pioneer in Panchayat Raj, we have suggested that in some areas they need to be further strengthened. For instance, participation of ward committees and area sabhas in preparation of master plans, and amendment has been suggested to Town and Country Planning Act, and providing untied funds to ward committees for ward development based on their plans. Redeployment of staff is another important issue, but redeployment we have suggested should be based on calculation of workload across locations for better. Based on this, we have actually suggested which taluka offices have higher staff, more work, more posts than necessary, and which have less. And we have suggested the exact offices from where posts can be shifted to the needy offices. About 160 hostels which were under the higher education department were not being utilized, many mostly vacant because students had to pay mess food charges. So we recommended, and the government has declared in the budget that they will hand over all these to the social welfare department. The advantage is that now the social welfare department will bear the cost of food, and most students will be able to join and will join these hostels and they'll be utilized. Cutting wastage of time for citizens. Because government has started Grama One centers for providing one-stop services for citizens, for all the citizens, online citizen services. We have also recommended for various government schemes, which are the documents that can be cut down. For instance, in the horticulture department, 31 documents were required for sprinkler subsidy. And all this could be many of this, nearly 20 of this could be eliminated by linking up with our available databases. So that has been also accepted, and government has already made changes. Tatkal provision and auto generation of popular certificates. Next one. Improving citizen services. For unorganized workers, for instance, in Bangalore or in Karnataka, there are more than 75 lakh unorganized laborers who are workers who are registered. We have suggested that cess be collected on property tax for providing benefits to unorganized workers like housemaids, barbers, garage workers, street vendors, and I'm glad to inform you this has also been announced in the budget, and this year's budget, and action is being taken by government. Skill training through various institutes, rather than going only through NGOs, we have suggested it should be given more through ITIs and government tool room centers, polytechnics. Revising fees and penalties prescribed. So some of the taxes, penalties, fees prescribed under, for instance, Karnataka Municipalities Act was enacted in 1964, but those fees, most of those fees and penalties have not been revised since 1964. The same is the case with the Karnataka Police Act. They still have penalties of 10 rupees, 20 rupees, 50 rupees. So we have examined all the provisions where these fees and penalties have to be prescribed. We have suggested they should be revised based on the cost inflation index. So that next, better value for money. This is in case of high value transactions, government has set up a committee under the retired judge to look at bid documents. We have also suggested that they should be published rather than just a committee going into it. We suggested it should be published on the e-procurement portal, inviting objections, and then the bid document be finalized after considering the objections. And for improving compliance, for instance, illegal sites, illegal constructions, or deviations in construction from the approved plan are very rampant. So we have suggested that double the property tax may be imposed on this. Provision is already there in the Municipalities Act, but we suggested it should be there. It should be also extended in provision by making provision to panchayats. And the income certificates need to be made more credible. Next week. Policy measures also. So changing examination pattern and evaluation. I am happy to inform you again, this is already this year, it was incorporated in class 10 and 12 exams, changing the exam pattern and evaluation. And we also suggested modifying the rural quota so that really rural, more deserving rural students get the benefit of this. Some of the major recommendations, other recommendations which I've already mentioned, are abolition of Department of Public Enterprises and merger of its functions in Finance Department. And in getting new ration card applications, or the department has issued orders that paper applications should not be taken and it should be only online. Pension related schemes of many departments were brought under the single directorate, and they have been made accessible through one app. So this has helped in reducing duplication of benefits also, and identifying left out eligible benefits, and the examination pattern has been changed. So these are some of the issues that I would like to bring to your kind notice, and this is I would say that the ongoing exercise, the Department of Administrative Reforms in the Government of Karnataka was set up in the Government of India. It was set up in 1973 based on the recommendations of first ARC, and the departments and the government have a full-fledged Department for Administrative Reforms, which looks into administrative reforms on a continuing basis. So with this, I end my talk. Thank you very much. Before we have some time for discussion later. We have a study which was done by Institute of Social and Economic Change. Dr. Kala Sridhar, who is here with us, Ms. B.P. Vani, and Dr. Indrajit Bairagya. They have gone to frontline public delivery institutions and made recommendations for improving delivery of services. So I request Dr. Kala Sridhar, Ms. Vani, and Dr. Indrajit Bairagya to make a presentation on their study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. While the PPT is being loaded, I just wanted to once again welcome Mr. V. Srinivas sir, Mr. Ramanathan sir, Mr. T.M. Vijayabhaskar sir, and our own dear director, Professor Rajshekar and Professor Jeevan Kumar, Mr. Meenakshi Sundara sir, and Sheila Thomas madam, my own dear colleagues, distinguished ladies, gentlemen, and students. We would like to thank the ARC2 Government of Karnataka for providing ISEC with an opportunity to work on this study. We are an academic institution, but this project gave us a lot of insights about how things actually happen in the field in government offices. So we are very thankful to you for this opportunity, and also for this chance to present this in this conference this morning. And so without taking much time, so what I would like to do is, I'm the project coordinator. So we looked at 3 different kinds of offices here. We looked at urban local body offices, which I observed and wrote the report on. And Professor Vani, she looked at GP offices, Gram Panchayat offices, Raita Seva Kendra, Samparka Kendra, sorry, Samparka Kendra, and PACS, Primary Agricultural Credit Societies. And Dr. Indrajit, he did his study of hostels. And I'm happy that Vijay Bhaskar sir already talked about your own work and your own recommendations, and some of our recommendations are well falling in line with some of these. So we are happy, that saves our time, and we will keep to the time. Please go to the next. So these are terms of reference. So in all these kinds of offices that I basically summarized, we looked at the work processes for internal administration, and we also had a team and we went to the field to observe the day-to-day operations of these selected offices over a week period of time. And we looked at the movements of files, receipts, and all those things on either paper or paperless systems. And we also observed the movement of staff and also of citizens, most importantly, coming to these offices for various services, and how the provision of services to these citizens was made, and how easy or how difficult it was for them, and what was the workload of these various staff members pertaining to field visits, internal meetings. And most importantly, as Vijay Bhaskar sir said, Karnataka is one of the foremost and very progressive states with respect to the use of technology in administration, and also decentralization and reforms. So we wanted to understand how technology has led to the better paperless services, both to citizens and also in government offices, and how it is used for delegation of work and reducing duplication, most importantly. And we also try to identify many bottlenecks and problems that citizens face. And we made a lot of suggestions based on our observations to for the best mechanisms to deliver better services to citizens. That seems to be the focus of this study. Satish? Oh, I am there. Okay. So these are the ULB offices that were selected for the study, the urban local body offices. So for BBMP, we chose one centrally located ward and one peripherally located ward. The centrally located ward is Vasant Nagar, Ward 93, and the peripherally located ward is Ward 150, Belandur. And for the municipal offices, for the benefit of Srinivas sir, who may be new to Karnataka, I didn't know, I wanted to put up a map of Karnataka, but I couldn't really do it. Nanjangud City Municipal Council is just south of Mysore, and Udupi is, of course, in the west. And Shahabad Municipal Council is within Kalburgi district in the northern part of the state. So we try to represent all parts of the state such that we could see if we could learn some best practices to replicate, or some worst practices to avoid, and things like that. And so this is just one slide which summarizes the basic socio-economic characteristics of the ULBs which we chose for the study. And you will find that the Belandur, the peripheral ward of BBMP, is the one which is the most populous in terms of numbers of people living, Udupi, and followed by Belandur. And what we found was that in terms of households also the same pattern we find. And in terms of household size, we wanted to point out that Shahabad CMC is the most disadvantaged in terms of the largest household size. And you will see that Belandur is the smallest household size. And even in terms of vulnerable populations like SC/ST, we found that Shahabad is the one which is the has the maximum, followed by Nanjangud CMC. Now, in terms of literacy rate, also effective literacy rate, because the denominator here only is the adult population which can read and write. So we found that Shahabad is probably one of the lowest when we consider urban India and urban Karnataka. And you will find that I think 93, I think the Vasant Nagar ward, the centrally located ward, is actually the best here. And workforce participation rate, again, is the highest in Belandur. This is a peripheral ward of Bangalore, and this is no surprise because that is the highest property tax paying ward, and many technology employees and all are located there. And in terms of income, again, no surprise, Bangalore is the highest per capita income, followed by Udupi, which is also a very prosperous district. Now, because we looked at all these socioeconomic characteristics like literacy rate, per capita income, household size, vulnerable population, because they determine the demand for public services, right? So that's the reason why we looked at all these characteristics. And based on this, we kind of had some tentative hypothesis. And what did we find based on the work processes for internal administration when we compared the centrally located ward in BBMP with the peripherally located ward? We found that for the Silicon Valley, the technology capital of the country, I mean, only the revenue section of Belandur ward, the peripherally located ward, is completely paperless because all property tax payments and everything, they are made online. Whereas in the public works office, the department of the same ward, we found everything is on paper still, despite all the recommendations of the earlier ARC and whatever has been implemented already. And with respect to the revenue payment, the property tax payment in the Belandur ward, the richest ward, which gives the highest property tax payment to the BBMP, there were a lot of technical glitches and there was an over reliance on the NIC server. And they were also using a lot of local servers. So we, in line with the ARC, we make our recommendations later, but many of these technical glitches resulted in double payment by citizens of property tax to the BBMP. So we noticed that problem. And we found that in the PWD department, the approval processes, they have to go through several levels and everything is on paper. So nothing is really online, quite in contrast with the revenue section. And we found that the meetings of the departments, especially the PWD, are very hierarchical. Many officials are asked to often attend meetings, but they are not given a chance to really speak up because they are the ones on the ground level who assist citizens in public service delivery, but none of them are really taken into account, or their views are taken considered seriously. And we found that there is a Sahaya app, if you all do a Google, for better citizen public service delivery, but there is no technology and there is no budget for any citizen request received through the Sahaya app. That's what we found. And we found that the peripheral ward was better in terms of its working conditions, but the centrally located wards, they were actually did not even have basic or decent working conditions in terms of toilets or drinking water or internet, and they were all paying for this out of their own personal funds. So what did we find with respect to the CMCs in terms of work processes? We found that the Nanjangud CMC is quite poor in terms of processing of approvals, and long delays were experienced by citizens. We also did some limited citizen satisfaction surveys, and a couple of them explicitly mentioned the payment of a bribe, and they even mentioned the names of the officials to whom they had to pay this in order to get their work done. And in Shahabad, there was not so much of a bribe, but there was a service fee which citizens paid to intermediaries who helped them with this Kata transfer, which seemed to take a lot of time. And we observed in terms of the erstwhile Mysore state, by virtue of locating in that area, Nanjangud had a better, CMC had a better coordination between the city council and the CMC staff. However, this coordination and cordiality was simply absent in Shahabad, where they constantly fought and they had a lot of conflicts. And we had an FGD and they were all really yelling and fighting with each other. So that is one thing that we found. And we found that, as I emphasized, that all the processes for movement of files were basically physical, and Udupi district was the worst actually, with 1090 files, right? They had 30 files per ward and 35 wards, which made for 1050. And we found that there were no facilities for the handicapped or the disabled anywhere, and all the CMCs were really very short of staff, because I did notice Vijay Bhaskar sir mentioned the rationalization of staff was also one of the important things, objectives of the ARC. And we found that if the new staff are recruited, the working space for them is still very, very limited. So in the post-pandemic environment, people are really very, very cautious about using an overcrowded office to own them up. And we found also in terms of working conditions, the CMCs were better, although the Nanjangud CMC was better and the Udupi CMC was better when compared to Shahabad as far as desktop, laptop printers were concerned. So this is a comparison of the physical registers that we observed in these offices. As I said, Udupi has 1050 registers and Nanjangud was no less 87. And there is a report here. If anybody is interested, you can look at this. Inward register, outward register, cash register, leave register, salary register, lot of registers are there. So we were really very shocked to see this even in the BBMP. So now, these are our my last couple of slides. Now, what are our policy suggestions with respect to the BBMP ward offices? One is that in connection with the earlier finding that I summarized, that the Bellandur ward, the revenue section of the Bellandur ward would like more democratic meetings. One where everybody is encouraged and allowed to speak, and website glitches should be fixed. And over reliance of the on the NIC server is not good, and local servers should be encouraged, and there should be an integrated platform where all these things can be synchronized, and this will be very good for the citizens to enable them to make their property tax payment online. And also we recommend, quite in line with the ARC, that BBMP should prepare some 3 to 5 short videos and put them on YouTube for citizens to observe how to fill out the application, minimize your mistakes and submit them online itself, right? So that is one thing. And we found that the Sakala, so Karnataka was one of the pioneering states to initiate the Sakala. And Sakala is one thing which specifies about 45 days for Kata transfer. And we found that when we asked the city, the offices, how much time do you take for Kata transfer? They said, see, 45 days is mentioned in Sakala, madam. So we take 45 days. So what we recommend is that if the Sakala timeline itself can be reduced from 45 to 30, I'm sure that the ULB officers will make every attempt to finish it within 30 days. So that is one of our important recommendations, which actually inadvertently has been missed out here. And Bellandur, what is the PWD section? We think that the physical approvals from the assistant engineer to the executive engineer to the chief engineer to the zonal commissioner to the special commissioner is taking too much time, the paper trail. So some Google document or something like that can be created, and all digitally certified signatures, digitally secure signatures can be used in order to expedite the processes. For example, with a road work or pipe cutting or whatever, which I myself have been the victim of several times. And we found that large wards like Bellandur, we have greater than 26 square kilometer, and there are several wards like this, and they have just one engineer, and this is not really enough. So all sanction posts should be filled up as soon as possible, and engineers especially, they are in short supply. And also, if we want to encourage staff to use technology to expedite processes and make them online, you should also enable them to have the technology tablets or mobile phones with which they can take pictures and send them to the respective parties, upload it on the relevant websites immediately. And for Vasantnagar ward, there are 2 circle offices, and we found that again they wanted to use local software, so we recommend that. And also we found that especially in the BBMP, human resources need to be trained. Staff members don't even know how to speak in a professional setting. So that is one thing that we strongly recommend, a HR wing in the BBMP for dedicated for the training. And definitely staff members have to own up their offices and say that, well, this is my office and I'm proud to host you here and give you a better service. They need to have access to more decent working conditions, like access to a laptop server, dongle, internet access and phone, water, for which you should not be required to pay from your own pocket, right? And so what are our suggestions with respect to the CMCs is that we want, better use of technology, especially for a 35,000 rupees check. For example, in Nanjangud CMC, we found that the CEO, the chief officer, needs to sign at 35 different places, and this can be avoided if we can use a better use of technology. I mean, we can have an online form, again, digitally secure signatures where For the e-Khazane one, I think they can just do it digitally. So he can do it just once. And building approvals should be automated, because this seems to take a lot of time for citizens, the Khata transfer. So I think the Nirman 1 and 2 were experimented by Karnataka, by all these CMCs. And one feedback from the Nanjangud CMC we got is that if it is automated, the user gets an automated response saying that this document is okay and these documents are not okay, and please resubmit them, right? So that will expedite approvals a lot faster. And the CMC also should have the authority to issue Khatas. Right now, they are all dependent on the UDAs, right? The Urban Development Authorities. And as I said, Khata transfer should be done in 30 days, and the RTI, the Sakala, should be amended to incorporate these new timelines, and better working conditions are needed. And as similar to the BBMP, the CMCs were severely short-staffed, so they should be recruited immediately with enough office space so that they are not really in an overcrowded atmosphere. And because we found that the bill collectors were poor things, they were involved in all the surveys, ration card census, socioeconomic survey, animal surveys, now COVID, testing, contact tracing. I mean, they're all really poor things. They have to be supported with additional staff. And there is a need for smartphones, for better use of technology, some official smartphones, which many people in Shahabad and all are not able to afford. And as similar to the BBMP, we also strongly recommend training of elected members, the council members in the various departments. And the state government, we found this was particularly a problem in Shahabad. The state government should fund the cost of a standing legal advisor on a retainership basis, because right now they are paying the lawyer for various litigations that they are subject to out of their own funds. And that is a very big constraint for the smaller CMCs. And we also found that the CMCs, in order to help citizens better, they should have a reception inquiry at the beginning, because citizens, I mean, someone comes, someone is there to help them, but citizens are really shifted from department to department, official to official, without really knowing what they should exactly do. So we recommend that they should have a reception inquiry, which can exactly guide them to the right department, right official, so that they can continue to follow up with them. And we found that smaller things like, I mean, you would assume that Kalaburgi is a larger corporation and Shahabad is a CMC. So the property tax rate and the capitalization in Shahabad would be a lot less compared to Kalaburgi. But what we found was that property tax rate in Shahabad is a lot higher than it is in Kalaburgi. So that is one thing that we would like to make a note of here. And finally, we recommend that CMCs, and all CMCs don't have this. Some CMCs have this, some CMCs don't. Some CMCs have a record of their own land and buildings in the MAR 17 register, municipal assets record, but all ULBs don't. So in order to better control what assets they have, inventories they have, we recommend that the CMCs should have a record. All CMCs should have a record of their own land and buildings. Thank you. And now I would like to request my colleague, Professor Vani, to continue her presentation on GPs, RSKs, and thank you.
So good morning, everyone. So actually, I visited Gram Panchayat, Rait Samparka Kendra, and Primary Agriculture Credit Society to understand the functioning of the offices. So we chose two districts. One is Mandya district and another is Gulbarga district. So under Mandya districts, we went to a Devlapura Gram Panchayat, which also had a Rait Samparka Kendra as well as Credit Society. When it came to Gulbarga, we chose Sannur Gram Panchayat, but Rait Samparka Kendra was with Aurad. And again, for primary credit, the Credit Cooperative Society, we had three offices, Sannur, Aurad, and Mahagon. So all these three offices, GP, RSK, and PAX, they are the chosen. They are all the ground level service providers for the rural citizens. So so in the GP offices, what we found was there was a good coordination between elected representative and the GP staff. And the staff strength, there used to be a PDO, that is Panchayat Development Officer, Secretary, then even an accounts officer. These are all the state of the employees of the state government, And there were also employees from the Zilla Panchayat who were the bill collectors, then a computer operator, then waterman, etc. So some PDOs were handling more than one officers. Some secretaries were handling more than one, again, same, the Gram Panchayat. Many a times accounts officers were not existing. So though they said that, the staff strength is not up to the I mean, like many posts have not been filled and things like that, but still to the extent was, I mean, like they were able to handle the whole thing. So they had to handle several census. That was the main complaint that we got from them. And but when it comes to, and they also had to conduct the Sabha, Gram Sabha, Mahila Sabha, Bala Sabha, and so many Sabhas in a year. So when it comes to the infrastructure, the Gram Panchayats that we visited were quite good in terms of the building. They had computers, laptops, printer, internet connection, everything was good. They also had rooms for conducting the meetings, etc., etc. But when it comes to maintenance of the records, they have to maintain several registers. Both they have to do both physically as well as a soft copy has to be. I mean, whatever the information is there had to be put on the computer, and they had to maintain both physically as well as the soft copy. Then in regular intervals, they had to submit the reports. They have to attend many meetings. So since Gram Panchayat handles several schemes, so for each of the scheme, there would be some 4-5 records which they have to maintain inward, outward, etc., etc. So what we felt was the fact that, the maintenance of these records and this submission and etc., was taking too much of time. But they are overburdened with all other things. So actually, this whole lot of things can be digitized. So there is an app can be developed. The main reason why they say that why they have to maintain the physical record is, one is for the audit purpose. Second is the farmers demand. They come and ask, just so what's happened to the application that they have given. And the third is the Taluk Panchayats also expects these Gram Panchayats to carry the physical records for the meeting. So in order to take care of all these things, a mobile app, I mean, an app can be easily developed, where the moment the person comes and gives whatever the application, a number can be generated, and further the farmers can easily track their files, whether it's gone to the Taluk Panchayat or has it been sanctioned. Everything can be done if a app can be developed. And of late, the audit has been happening online. So successfully, last year, 2 or 3 Gram Panchayats that we visited also had a successful online audit system. And given all these things, I think it can be completely digitized so that a lot of these record maintenance and carrying regular submission of the reports can be avoided. And most of these Gram Panchayat PDOs that we found were all they're all young, highly qualified, like most of them are MTech, MSW, some of them are doctorates also. So we can use their knowledge instead of doing this monotonous work like, maintaining the register, etc., for a better developmental activities of the grams rather than doing this, routine work. And now in this connection, actually, the Bapuji Seva Kendras can be strengthened further. So though the Bapuji Seva Kendra 2, version 2 is mobile friendly also, so all the tax services can be made online by better strengthening this Bapuji Seva Kendra. That would be another important step that can be taken up in order to strengthen both the tax system as well as the other official systems. So the other problem that majority of these, when we did the customer survey, they said that, so we were asked to, whenever we come to the GP office, so nobody will be there except one peon who is not able to answer most of our queries. So I think even when we were there in a Gram Panchayat for about 3 to 4 days, And we also didn't, except the day when we informed them that we are coming, the Gram Panchayat PDOs were there. But rest of the time, it was told to us that he has gone to the village, he has gone here and etc. etc. But this was the main complaint that was given by the citizens, the farmers with respect to the. So some mechanism should be developed where the whereabouts of the these Gram Panchayat PDOs or the secretaries can be handled. So then these, yeah, a couple of more, this thing is, so the main important, the complaints that come to these Gram Panchayats, which they have to handle on regular basis is, one is the street light issues, the second one is the water problem. So both of these water problem as well as the street lights are easily solved because this comes under the Sakala, and as per the Sakala, within 7 days it has to be sorted out. And a majority of these the moment it is in and comes under a Sakala, so they try to maintain that, whatever the time that is given, and they try to solve it. But some of these Gram Panchayat, especially this street light thing, so they have subcontracted out the maintenance part of it. And if one can evaluate the effectiveness of this subcontracting of the maintenance, I think the other DPs can also adopt this. So overall, we feel that some of the model GPs should be developed where everything can be digitized in order to start with. Subsequently, it can be taken over by the different Gram Panchayat. Now coming to Right Samparka Kendra. Yeah, the main services that this Right Samparka Kendra should do is to provide seeds, pesticide and micronutrients to the farmers. And they have to provide the technical support to the farmers to address the diseases that their crops are facing. They implement the programs. There are several programs which comes under them, and they have to also support the farmers with agriculture implements like sprinklers, tractors, etc. Apart from this, they have to maintain the records. Similarly, there are so many records which they have to maintain because inward record, outward record, and the stock that comes into the things. And then they have to attend meetings with the TP, ZP, and sometimes they even have to attend the Gram Sabha meetings because some of the MG Narega works come under this Right Samparka Kendra. And all these. Sure, I'll do that. When it comes to the infrastructure, they all have good infrastructure, except that the storage facility was an issue. Now, what's happening with, I'll just highlight just 1 or 2 points here. The main thing with Right Samparka Kendra is this is at the Hobli level where several villages come under a particular Hobli, and it's very difficult for an RSK to cater the services to all the villages. So it is suggested to have one RSK outlet in each of the panchayat with an agriculture, not necessarily an agriculture officer, some agriculture assistant who is aware about the pesticides and other requirements of the thing. So that would solve the most of the problems because as of now it is at the Hobli level. Second important point that these RSKs should do is to have a stock. What is the requirement? Because majority of these farmers are not getting the feed, pesticides and the micronutrients at the time when they need it. So invariably they had to go out and purchase the seeds and the quality of the seeds are not as good as it is in the RSKs. So they need to understand what is the requirement, procure enough amount just before the, when it is required. So the other things I'll try to skip it because of paucity of time. Coming to Agriculture Credit Society. So these packs are mainly governed by a management committee. And most of the time the management committee, they try to force many things on this CEOs and they really don't have an autonomy. The person who handles these packs are called as CEOs. The packs, depending on the size of the thing, so majority, they undertake several activities like PDS is supplied, fertilizers are stored, several activities are undertaken by them. So the main suggestion that I would like to make with respect to the packs is having a uniformity in the scale of finance across the packs. So for example, for 1 acre of sugarcane, the extent of finance is 60,000 in Develapura. In the other place, it is 80,000. So there is a difference across the districts in the finance that, and the farmers are also said that whatever the scale of finance that is provided to them is just not sufficient to handle it. And there is also a variation between finance and fresh loans as well as the refinance, and this also needs to be handled. And one main thing is there are several small, more than half of the packs are very small in size. They just don't have a good infrastructure. It's a very just one small room without a computer, no internet, nothing. And now for the DCCB, all the documents has to be submitted online. So they go to this cyber cafes and get the work done. In the process, many a times they lose their files get damaged. So in the process, the next year, I'll just finish it. The next year, they have to reload everything. So in this, because of which, if the small packs can also be provided with good infrastructure, that would help them. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll stop here. I'll just pass it on to my colleague.
Thanks for the opportunity to present our findings. Since we are running short of time, I'll just quickly run through my slides. So another important frontline service institutions we have covered for our study is the pre-matric and post-matric hostels. Even though the approach we have adopted is case study based, but still we have chosen the hostels in such a way that it covers rural and urban, pre-matric, post-matric, and covers all the three departments: social welfare, minority welfare, and backward classes welfare. And we have conducted the study in three regions, that Mysore district, Kalburgi district, and Bengaluru urban. And these are the hostels we have chosen: 2 from Mysore district, and 3 from Kalburgi, and 2 from Bangalore. So what process for this hostel administration actually starts with this application process from this student. But the application actually happens through this Sakala portal, and these applications are accessed in these nodal offices. And once this nodal office clears this application, then these documents are taken by students and they approach to this hostel, and then hostel this work duties begin. And but one exception is here, that this selection process does not exist for this SWD students, because there is a mandate that any students belonging to this SC/ST community applying for this admission all should get admission. But this creates one problem, that sometimes that it reaches the beyond the capacity, so that SWD needs to have extension hostel, and running extension hostel is a little bit difficult, because sometimes it is run in rented the house, and sometimes it is managed by these junior wardens whose qualification is much more lower than the warden. So this is a serious issue, can be taken care of. And in work process related to this maintaining of files, 28 files need to be maintained, and in pre-matric hostel, and 26 in post-matric hostel. While our visit, we could not find some of the registers, and whatever are maintained, majority of the registers are maintained, but all are maintained physically. None of the are documented in a digital form. And but there is time to time the coordination, the meeting happens every month in these nodal offices. And but everything, all communications and document transactions happen in hard copy mode. And what is the movement of this citizen? Actually, it does not exist much, because parents visit only at the time during this admission, and whenever there is need arises, then these parents are contacted by the warden and they visit. And the use of this mobile phone reduces this citizen visit in these hostels. But one complaint we have received from warden, we have listed the wardens are supposed to perform 18 mandate activities. So they reported that they are overburdened. Even in addition to these 18 activities, sometimes they are given responsibilities to conduct a village surveys and so many things. and which is a concern. Another thing is workload of junior warden. Actually, this junior warden's qualification is that it is actually junior warden's role is ambiguous. What they are supposed to help this warden, but in some hostels when wardens are not deputed after their retirement or they are on leave, these wardens, these junior wardens run the hostel, and their the efficiency and competency is definitely not comparable to the warden. But one exception is there, that this hostel run by this minority welfare department, they do not have any provision for this junior warden. Cooking staffs are reported that yes, they have lots of duties, start in the early of the morning, 6 o'clock for FWD, and this 4 o'clock for this backward class hostel. And they also reported that they have shortage of staff compared to the requirement. When it comes to this use of technology, definitely Sakala portal is there, and computers are also given to the hostels, but computer literacy of the wardens was very poor. And then another thing is this all entire communication with nodal officers takes place through WhatsApp or this letter, but nearly no communication we have found that were conducted through email or any other electronic media. And as I mentioned, all these files are maintained only in physical copies. But CCTVs are there, but in some rural hostels, CCTV was not functioning while we have visited to the hostel. But in operational difficulties, two serious problems are there. One is that cleanliness. Actually, this position of scavenger, it doesn't exist in the state, and they find difficult to find someone for this to maintain to clean their this toilet. And in charge wardenship, that is another problem. So the public user or grievances, we have we have contacted some of the parents, and we have even surveyed 164 students from the 7 hostels. And I am happy to say that there were no grievance. Yes, I will complete. There was no grievance at all, except 2 things. One is related to this little bit of requirement of non-veg food, and then cleanliness should be taken adequately. So the suggestion we have made, this is our last slide, that to handle this, to manage this cleanliness of toilets and bathrooms, that annual maintenance contract can be adopted. And the second is to meet up the shortage of cooking staff in the hostel, that hostels can adopt this semi-permanent cluster kitchen to prepare some of the sambar or some of the items. And then this is most important thing, that the wardens and junior wardens must be upskilled to use computer and maintain this document digitally. Another thing is necessary software there must be placed there to maintain all the registers. Otherwise, different hostels will follow different patterns to maintain, and it would be difficult to have a comparison across hostels. Another, a mental health professional or counselor to be arranged in the hostel. And last but not the least, we feel that a separate study must be conducted to assess the impact of hostels on the educational growth of the students, using some experimental technique for having this hostel students vis-a-vis an appropriate control groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kalashidhar, Professor Vani, and Dr. Indrajit Bairagya for very detailed presentation. Now the floor is open. We have some 5 to 10 minutes for questions to any of the speakers.
Hi, just a couple of comments. I'm from the private sector. I'm a managing director for, one of the companies here in Bangalore. And I was listening to the study that you were presenting, and on many of the counts, right? It's a lot of data that you've collected, which I think is great at first instance. But I think it's very important for most of these studies, and I've made notes on various things, recommendation versus results, right? A lot of times, I think you mentioned that, saying a lot of these reports that are created are gathering dust somewhere. And it's a great thing if one of those reports is taken by the government and somebody is implementing that. And I think the problem that we have is if you go anywhere and ask people for the issues that they see for Khata opening or for anything else, all of us have a ton of complaints that we've faced, right? But in terms of saying, okay, can we create a software platform? You've talked about somebody not having dongles, the data not being on the cloud or whatever, right? I mean, not enough memory on servers. So a lot of previous complaints getting lost. I just thought sitting in Bangalore, which is actually the second largest hub as far as the world is concerned in terms of funding that we get for startups here, there's a lot that is possible. And I think Nandan has shown us the way, right, with whatever he's created around Aadhaar and things like that. And if you look at who's created that, it's been a lot of these startup companies that he has under the umbrella that, that they have. So for each of the things that you talked about, I thought, why can't a software platform be created? Maybe it should be a lot more collaboration, with the private sector for institutions like yourself. And we can create those model, gram panchayats or model districts. It's not very difficult because most of the software is available. Most of the data can be put on the cloud. And for central bodies like the one, I happen to be, V. Srinivasa's sister, and that's why I pretty much gate crashed into it. But if you want them to see the data and to say these districts are doing really well, creating those model districts that others can learn from and so on and so forth, I think it's all about that data bubbling up to these guys. And that can happen only when you have data platforms, because studies like yourself, I think everybody is doing it across the country, but I don't know about the visibility that the central agencies are really getting from this. But if they see hard-coded data and say Kalburgi is doing really well or some other districts not doing well or differences, I think it'll probably make a lot more difference.
Yeah, very valuable comment. And I hope the government or Karnataka representative secretary would be happy to take up your offer, private sector collaborating, to take up some model wards, some model gram panchayats to be a model for others. So Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram, Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram.
If I have the time, I have 3 suggestions for the Administrative Reforms Commission, which is an ongoing process now. The first thing is merging the departments with the state secretariat. For example, in the Government of India, in the Ministry of Defense, there is a single file system. The file goes from the department straight to the ministry and decisions are taken on the basis of that. What we do in Karnataka is the agriculture department's file will come to the secretariat. It will start being looked at by the second division clerk or whatever be the current designation. It goes to the same 4 or 5 channels. It takes a lot of time. Can this be thought of? Whether if not in all departments, at least in some departments, can we give up parallel files and the single file can go? That will reduce the time. The second point I want to make is the status of the cutting edge level officers. What is the status of a police constable? What is the status of a PDO? What is the status of a revenue inspector? How many of them have the courage to talk back to the MLA or to the officer, saying that what you are doing is wrong? Now, if you go to the Western world, a constable is treated with respect. Now, today in Karnataka, vis-a-vis a politician, what is the respect which a police constable gets? Do we need to have these people at something like a non-gazetted level, at a lowly payment is different? Their designation is something different. Can we reduce this designation? And even at the lower level, can we give them some status? That is something which we need to look at, so that people, no MLA can talk back to an assistant commissioner or to a collector, unless the collector is terribly weak. But in such a situation does not obtain in the ground level. Can we do something on that? The third point I want to make is it is nice to have technology, but how many of them actually work? And how many of them, the lower level people in the village, are capable of making use of? You need to have some kind of a transitory arrangement. I'm not against the present system of going for artificial intelligence. I agree we have to move with the world. But can you have some kind of a transitory arrangement? Yesterday, I was participating in a webinar. Half the time I could not listen to it. My internet went off. Then there's a complaint. When I got everything settled, the other side said, we have not been able to hear you. And that is why when you ask me whether you are willing to come or participate online, I prefer to come instead of doing it online. So with this kind of a technology difficulties, can we do something, an interim arrangement? Some kind of a person or some establishment in the village level, village panchayat level, or the town level, who can function as an intermediary between the people and the technology. I think these three you may like to consider in when you complete your report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dr. Meenakshi. You are talking about opening up certain sectors for private participation, etc. I think, yeah, it's service delivery level. Now, I think Grama One centers, which have been, and Bangalore One centers, these are all private agencies which are running these centers. They offer the government services on payment of a fee. So that is one example. I suppose there are more areas where this can be done.
One thing I can, in the same context, I can add, for example, I believe that particularly the banks and financial institutions allow the whole proposal of a loan or something to be done entirely by a private setup. And the department only, or the financial institution or the bank just approves or disapproves. The whole of the paper processing online or through it could be totally outsourced. Only the decision part can stay with the government. So a person can go to anybody. So that itself can actually help. That is perhaps the spirit of it.
May I respond to this lady's question? I think it was a very good comment. Thank you, ma'am. And I think I have no doubt that in Bangalore, private service providers are definitely there coming forward to give digital platforms on which all these services can be handled. But the issue, the problem seems to be integration of platforms for various things, right? So, for example, you can log in with your username, password at the BBMP thing to pay your property tax. But then when you try to authenticate, pay with your credit card, that goes to a different service provider, right? So that integration of platforms, I think, is not very effective, at least in the case of Bangalore, BBMP boards that we studied. In the case of CMCs, I don't think they have the power, the authority, or the resources to really outsource this to private service providers, unfortunately.
About voluntarily, a lot of organizations can come in. You talked about Bellandur being one of the best, and primarily because it's the IT hub for Karnataka, right? So I think a lot of us can come voluntarily. When you say for payment, it has to go to another, platform, or another, it has to integrate with the payments organization. That will always be the case, because there cannot be a payment that is done. Somebody has to be responsible. Somebody's neck is on the line for that payment that is made. There's security reasons and so on and so forth. That's always going to be there, that authentication level, but it's still possible, according to me.
I think
I am Devendra Babu, former faculty of this institute. We did a study for Karnataka 4th State Finance Commission. Myself, Dr. Shivanna and Dr. Rajshekhar, we submitted the report in 2017. The major problem or issue we found at the district level was that there are about 22 departments are there at the district level. What they told us that in a month, the working days available is 24. Out of that, 18 days goes for meetings, one or the other meetings called by different authorities. So they mentioned that it affects in the delivery of the services, quality of the services, and also monitoring developmental activities. I think same thing continues even today in spite of the online services and technology. Something has to be done, whether a kind of unified kind of meetings from all different authorities can be thought of here to reduce such meetings. So this is one observation. Second observation is that in spite of this online and other things, services, especially the khatas, in spite of providing records, there will be delay for various reasons. Particularly, they expect bribe the officers unless we pay, in spite of all records required submitted. Something can be done like, suppose within 45 days, if not no response from the authorities or department or division, can it be deemed can we take it as a deemed to be approved? Something can be, if we impose that, I think the officers will respond within that period. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just two observations. First, the comment that you made in the beginning that the commission is going for the delegation of powers to lower levels. Rather, I would request that it can go a little further, the devolution of powers and functions, especially decision-making functions. They lack at the ground level, especially Gram Panchayat, Tala Panchayat. They always look towards higher level, go for decision-making, for approvals of plans, all those things. The second is that the presentation that is made, they talk more of physical aspects of it, but I don't see any the quality aspect of it. For the hostels, so we have a lot of food actually delivered by the hostels, quality of food, all those things. So whether study can go a little further to give some recommendations to quality, the outcomes of this physical system, whether in positive or negative.
Sir Bairaj, would you like to respond?
No, see, quality of different services should be assessed with the appropriate technique. But if you really ask about, we qualitatively we have asked because we have surveyed the ultimate this beneficiary student. 164 students we have surveyed about the different service quality, especially this food and then this cleanliness and these things. Food wise complaint, this quality complaint was not there because this has been already prescribed in the handbook. This about the nutritious this thing, but there was a little demand for this non-veg food from this boys hostel. That demand was not in girls hostel, but other services definitely that quality should be assessed separately. But one thing that whether this that staying in hostel enhances the quality of education as such or not, that cannot that we could not assess based on surveying these students. That actually we need to have. That's what our last recommendation was, because ultimate intention is to enhance the quality of education in the state. So for these students belonging to this disadvantaged communities, and for that we need to have a separate study.
Udupi district, Udupi. What exactly was the comment you made about it? Something not functioning?
There were 1,050 physical registers that were maintained, 30 for every ward, and there are 35 wards.
Hmm.
So we found a large number of physical registers, and they had 3-4 record rooms, of which we have taken pictures.
Hmm.
And we would have expected a prosperous, educated state like Udupi to make
That's the exact.
better use of technology,
Exactly
and
the
that
point
did
I was
not
trying
happen,
to
sir.
say.
Huh.
Exactly the
That
point.
did not
I was trying
happen,
to say.
sir. That
But
did
that
not
should
happen.
happen.
Ah.
After all, it's a very progressive district.
Correct.
People are highly literate there.
Yes.
And even in the organizations where you are referring to, they're all well qualified people.
Yes, sir. That did not happen. And to answer Professor Shivana's question, sir, I mean, we had a limited time for making the presentation. So, I mean, but we found that people were very happy in Udupi with the service delivery, but not in Shabad or Nanjangud. People were constantly cribbing. Yeah. Definitely.
So I think we will break for, we have had a good discussion. We have had very good comments, and so I thank all of you for your active participation. So we will have a short 10-minute tea break. Tea is arranged outside, and we will meet again at 11:20. No, 11:10. 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Tea is
Have the tea as soon as possible and come back. Thank you.
Release. Welcome to all of you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the post-tea session. And here we look forward to the keynote of our conference today, the Foundation Day lecture by Mr. V. Srinivas. I request all of you to take your seats. So before we go to the lecture, I would request Sri S. Ramanathan to release documents. One document is regarding the annual reports of the IIPA since 2011 to 2023, called Forging Ahead.
You have to clap once more because I have still not opened.
Thank you. The second copy is Foundation Day lecture of Srinivas that will be circulated to you now. Thank you.
I must mention that we are perhaps the only branch who have traced our activities year after the year in the book form, right from 1957. We are the IAPA was founded in IAPA New Delhi was founded Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was founded president in 1954. And the Maharashtra regional branch of the IAPA was founded in 1956. And Karnataka is the second oldest regional branch of the country. And we were formed in 1957. And right from that year, we have put on record all the activities that we have carried out year after year. Phenomenal. And then the first publication was released by Governor Chaturvedi here in a function that was organized by us. And now today, under the leadership of our chairman, the second one called Forging Ahead. And this contains all the activities that we have carried out every year, year after year. 12 years. 12 years.
So now we come to the highlight of today's conference. I now request Mr. V. Srinivas, Secretary to Government of India, Department of Administrative Reforms, Public Grievances, Pensions, Pensioners Welfare, to give the IIPA Karnataka Regional Branch Foundation Day lecture. Thank you.
So respected Sri Ramanathan ji, my chairman, Karnataka ARC, Sri Vijay Bhaskar ji, Director, Institute for Social and Economic Change, Dr. Rajshekhar, senior colleagues, Sri Meenakshi Sundaram ji, Srimati Sheila ji, distinguished senior faculty. It's always a very pleasant experience to come to Bangalore, and I came after many years and I just could not recognize the city. The transformation in the city was unbelievable. I landed at T2 airport and I thought, oh God, oh, it's such a long walk to even reach the exit. And then it's a longer drive from the airport to the city. And it's a very pleasant experience to be amongst all of you. I've been a student of public administration for many years. In fact, I gave the civil service examination with public administration. And for the last 5 years in the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, I've had a bird's eye view of not only the history of the service, the evolution of the Central Secretariat, but also had a key lead role in implementing administrative reforms across India. I did visit and collaborate with the Kerala Administrative Reforms Commission. And when Karnataka set up the Administrative Reforms Commission, I said the first step would be, the logical step would be for the Department of Administrative Reforms to reach out and listen to their ideas. And I was quite fascinated with the work that Vijay Bhaskarji and his team have been taking up in terms of the manner in which the Reforms Commission's reports have been coming is quite different from the second ARC format. If you look at the second ARC format, they looked at the core principles of governance, be it ethics, organizational structure of Government of India, looking at the district administration, but they did not go into individual departments as to how individual departments need to be restructured. And most of his thinking with regard to delegation of powers, simplification of procedures, integration of portals, focus on citizen services, redeployment of staff, go very much in convergence and in sync with our thinking in Government of India. So he wanted a presentation. I thought it was a lecture, so I circulated a paper, but he wanted me to share a PowerPoint presentation. So I have a PowerPoint presentation. This was made to the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu a few days back, and could go to the next slide, but it broadly covers the same aspects. So I'll take about 15 to 20 minutes on this, and I'll also show you the documentation of the that the department has been undertaking. If you give me a yes. Yes. So this is the broad structure of the presentation. I'll try and focus on the current reforms, public grievances, the Prime Minister's Awards for Excellence in Public Administration, to which Ramanathanji referred, the case of Baramulla, e-governance, the strides that came up in Professor Kalaji's presentation, then the Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedure, about which Meenakshi Sundaramji had some queries. How did the file system originate? What can we do with it? Then the initiative for increasing efficiency in decision making. How do you get these huge titanic kind of institutions with 400, 500,000 employees, the secretariats, to reform themselves? E-office, what kind of a digital transformation it has brought in? How special campaigns, which are the current focus of Government of India, are being implemented? Then developing indices and good governance index, or the district good governance index, and the e-governance service delivery assessment reports, celebrations of key important occasions, the Good Governance Week, the Civil Services Day, and the Vision India at 2047. But before I go into the presentation, I must pay my deep respect for your presence here, sir. You're one of the senior most officers I have met in my career, and I'm deeply privileged to speak in your presence. In fact, a few days back, I was looking at the GS Bajpai Committee report of 1947 on how the Central Secretariat would be organized. And that was a few days before independence, 10th August 1947 it was put out. And it looked at how the Cabinet Secretariat should be restructured, and led to the creation of the Establishment Officer. So having been in this department, we are custodian of more than 54 commissions and committees, and we have been part of several reports. In fact, I was talking to him about Gorwala, who was one of the seminal civil servants of 1951. Gorwala said, "What is not inspected is simply not done." So anything that is there has to be inspected. He said we should have senior officers meetings every week in Government of India. That was what Gorwala said. What is not inspected is simply not done. And so let's see, the current administrative thinking in Government of India is a digitally empowered nation, a digitally empowered citizen, and a digitally transformed institution. Karnataka has been at the forefront of many of these areas. We topped the Good Governance Index of 2019, slipped slightly in the 2021 period, but a very strong state in terms of bringing out several digital platforms. The government of India's big thrust areas, secretariat reforms, benchmarking governance, Swachhta campaigns, of course, for reducing pendency in government, institutionalizing Swachhta, redressal of public grievances, recognizing meritocracy has become a big thrust area, and of course, the digital transformation. How can institutions be transformed? Let me start with CPGrams, because this is one of the oldest platforms that has been there. Even collectors in the British Raj would always listen to public grievances. And how has the public grievances system evolved in 2022? And what we have is a major 10-step reform process that is currently being undertaken, a One Nation, One Portal, where all state grievance portals are integrated through web APIs with the national portal of CPGrams, be it the e-Janaspandana of Karnataka, the Spandana of Andhra, the Janahita of Telangana, the Chief Minister's window of Kerala, Aple Sarkar of Maharashtra, Mo Sarkar of Odisha, you name it across the system, Awaz-e-Awam of Jammu Kashmir, Jan Sampark of Rajasthan, all of them, two-way integration, grievances filed in the Government of India pertaining to states transferred online, grievances filed in state governments transferred online pertaining to GOI. Use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, because huge data, more than 33 lakh grievances being received. It requires intelligent grievance monitoring dashboard, semantic searches are required. For example, how many corruption cases are coming, say, from Varanasi on Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, where huge subsidies flow. You need big data engines to search, intelligent grievance monitoring dashboards, dedicated call centers so that citizen centricity remains. The citizen remains the centrality of it. Language translation into all regional languages, common service centers so that accessibility is available, and urgent grievances, for example, oxygen evacuation of citizens, Indian citizens, in particularly during the pandemic. So urgent grievances need to be flagged differently, monitoring dashboards to be evolved, and development of indices has been a big thrust area. Grievance redressal index, which categorizes ministries and departments. Then capacity building through Sevottam has been a big thrust, and outreach, enhanced outreach through greater publicity. The first one was the universalization of the CPGram portal, and today we have more than 80,000 grievance officers mapped on the CPGram portal. It's one of the largest digital platforms of the country, which handles 33 lakh grievances. Grievances land at the last mile, and it took us about 3 years to develop the CPGram version 7.0 across all ministries of Government of India. It has cut down the grievance redressal time from an average of 120 days to 16 days, because grievances land at the last mile. And it has also enabled us to monitor individual grievance redressal officers. So today the system enables us and provides us data sets with regard to every grievance officer functioning across the length and breadth of India. We bring out monthly publications. It's important to document what you do, and we'll show you the monthly publications. There are flyers like monthly reports, annual reports, and monthly flyers that come out, PIB statements that are issued, so that the outreach is quite phenomenal. And dedicated call centers are there. This is the common service centers through which grievances are being filed. And the integration is to help citizens in remote locations to participate in the decision-making process. I'll go into the current aspects of CPGrams in the second part of the presentation. This is the Prime Minister's Awards for Excellence in Public Administration, and it has currently witnessing universal participation from districts. 748 districts participated in the 2022 PM's Awards for Excellence in Public Administration. 2,520 nominations were received, and each of these nominations are scrutinized, and these nominations, 15 are awarded. So it's a very, very steep climb. If you've received a Prime Minister's Award, you've actually done substantive work. It goes through multiple levels of committees and screenings. There are spot studies which are undertaken by deputy secretaries and directors of Government of India. Feedback is taken from at least 10,000 beneficiaries who have benefited from the program. So Baramulla, as you rightly pointed out, stands out in terms of sheer outreach and impact. in the aspirational districts program. So priority sector programs have been taken up. The award is to the team. There's a lot of recognition that goes with it. There's a lot of tremendous amount of pride that goes with being a PM's awardee. And the government has tried to disseminate and replicate the PM's awards across the country. So these are the award categories for this year. It was Har Ghar Jal Yojana. There is also the Health and Wellness Centers, Aspirational Districts Program. Innovations has been broad-based because every collector likes to file an innovation. States file innovations. Last year, Seva Sindhu got the award for, we have an awardee who joined me in Katra also to make a presentation on Seva Sindhu. And the other one was Samagra Shiksha. So 4 priority sector programs and innovations in 3 categories, center, states, and districts. The other big awards that we monitor are the e-governance awards. These recognize emerging technologies, these recognize district level interfaces, new problem solving solutions that have been taken up, 5 categories, 16 awards that are given every year. And the participation we receive is about 400 to 500 districts participate even in this in e-governance. What it shows is that many districts are trying to bring in new e-governance practices. Good governance practices, of course, universal participation, but even in e-governance, almost 500 districts of India come forward and participate. And these are some of the conferences. I've been a part of 5 national e-governance conferences from 2018 onwards, Shillong to Hyderabad we had, and Katra, but in between we had in Bombay also. And the e-governance conferences bring together citizens, industry, and government. More than 2,000 participants come together to share their experiences. This is one of the oldest documents of Government of India, written 1899 by Lord Curzon. And they felt that institutionalization, and this was how the note system of Government of India came through, as Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram asked. What was Curzon thinking when he wrote this? Only for 19 ministries having files and a correspondence portion separately. He said secretaries, deputy secretaries, undersecretaries must write to prove their mettle, and only by doing so can they validate their abilities to the Viceroy. Promotions are dependent on the acumen with which an official could write a note. So the Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedure determines how file movements happen in the Secretariat. How do parallel files move? How do desk officers function? How does the hierarchical system work from assistant section officer to undersecretary to deputy secretary, joint secretaries? When I joined in 2018, the last time the CSMOP was written was 2010. It had not been updated. We also had a Central Secretariat Manual of Electronic Office Procedure, 2012. And integrating these two was essential to create the march towards the digital secretariat. So I rewrote this manual in 2019. On December 25, 2019, we brought out an integrated manual, and that manual has withstood the test of time. That was rewritten again in December 2022. And what we found was, had we not rewritten that manual, the Central Secretariat in the pandemic period would have collapsed, because it enabled creation of virtual private networks, it enabled creation of web rooms, ensuring interministerial movement of files, digital signature certificates being provided to all the officers right up to the section officer level. The Secretariat needs a very, very strong setup. And I would advise the government of Karnataka should look at the Manual of Office Procedure. In fact, I was in Maharashtra a few days back, and the last time their Manual of Office Procedure was rewritten was 1961. So and they had released it recently, a few weeks back, on Civil Services Day. The Manual of Office Procedure for 2023 was released, and we had handheld them, updated their chapters, reworked their chapters to ensure that the Central Secretariat or the state secretariats must keep up with the digital secretariat approach of the government. And without a Manual of Office Procedure being written, it is not possible to take it forward. So this has been the impact of the rewriting of the Manual of Office Procedure. And I'll show you the reports that we bring out on secretariat reforms on a monthly basis. It has enabled the march to a digital secretariat. Master circulars have been uploaded on the portals. Nodal appellate authorities for grievance redressal have been provided. 100% digitization of DARC. Today, there is no physical DARC moving in the central secretariat. All of it is digital DARC. And the central registration unit, for example, my own department, we used to have 33 lakh physical receipts going out. Today, we don't have a single physical receipt going out. So can you imagine a central registration unit or a registration and dispatch unit handling at least 10,000 DARC a day? In fact, I've seen section officers who would not lift their heads, but would simply be signing manual receipts. It would take enormous amount of effort to sign 2,000 receipts in a day. So digitization of the CRUs is important. Virtual private networks is another big step. Officers, particularly in the pandemic period, work from home, files movement was enabled. And interministerial movement of files through e-office was another big area. And another focus area has been record management. How do you manage lakhs of records when you're handling something like 40 lakh physical files? They need to be weeded out, they need to be preserved, they need to be taken forward. Category C files, category B files, category A files, files which need microfilming and kept for posterity with historical value. It's very important that also bond digital files. How do you maintain bond digital files? New rules have to be created. Bilingual versions of the CSMOP had to be written so that every section officer and assistant section officer was familiar with the subject. This is the area that the Karnataka ARC is working on, and delayering is a big area of focus. How we need to delayer the secretariat, and the secretariat, the number of levels through which a file passes is simply too high. And it's been a constant endeavor in Government of India that joint secretaries will not report to the additional secretaries. They will report to directly to the secretary. The average span of control a secretary should handle should be 1:5 or 1:7. That is quite easily possible. The chain of command should be 4 levels. So basic principles of public administration with regard to what should be the span of control, what should be the chain of command are fully applicable when you delayer the central secretariat. And I'll show you how the delayering has worked. Delegation of financial powers, another very big area. We've looked at delegation of financial powers from secretaries downwards to joint secretaries to undersecretaries and directors, and further down to attached, subordinate, and autonomous bodies. You'd find that particularly financial powers delegated to autonomous bodies, attached officers remains very low, and that is a big area of reform that is necessary. Desk officer system is a good area, particularly you empower when you have services, central services working as undersecretaries. For example, the Ministry of External Affairs has more than 264 officers who work as undersecretaries. It's important to empower them and provide them adequate independence rather than push them through a regular secretariat system. Undersecretaries need greater delegation, and undersecretaries as desk officers has been a game changer across ministries in terms of cutting down timelines of disposal. Digitization, as I have said, and I will come to the PowerPoint presentation with regard to secretariat reforms on how digitization and adoption of e-office have worked. So this is the delayering aspect. 91% of the ministries have delayered. That's what has been reported in our last third-party evaluation. But it keeps slipping back. It needs constant monitoring. We had 74 ministries which said we have delayered. When we went back to them and studied, only 24 ministries had fully delayered. Most of them had partially delayered. So what exactly is delayering? Joint secretaries not reporting to additional secretaries. That is it enables you to create an additional vertical division. Then undersecretaries reporting directly to joint secretaries. That's another very good one. And DSS reporting directly to additional secretaries. This is what we are looking at. Then in terms of delegation of financial powers, most of the ministries reviewed their delegation, but it's important that they constantly review it year on year. Every year, the financial powers need to be reviewed. And the last time we had a delayering properly done in the Department of Posts, we found 50 posts of undersecretaries were surplus. It is a huge number. 50 posts of undersecretaries in one department coming up is a massive number. Desk officer system, we found many ministries were willing to adopt. This is an area that needs greater push. Ministry of External Affairs, particularly in ministries which have undersecretaries who are recruited through the UPSC examination. It makes a great deal of sense to delegate a lot of authority to them. Digitization, all ministries currently are on this e-office 7.0. E-office 7.0 enables interministerial movement of files, and central registry is completely digitized. This is e-office, and I hope many of you are working on the e-office platform. It's a big platform, one of the most important ones where security features need continuous enhancement because it is privy to more than 40 lakh files of Government of India. And this is the adoption of digitization. As you can see, 90% of files in GUI currently are digital files. And the active physical files are only about 7.17 lakhs. And it is envisaged, and many of them are likely to be confidential or secret, top secret classification files. The interdepartmental file movement has been increasing, and what we find is that most ministries now have an external officer who will accept interministerial files. And as you can see, the number of e-receipts being generated is also phenomenally high. Lakhs of e-receipts are being generated, and physical receipts being generated are only about 37,000. That is largely correspondence from ministers to stakeholders. That is what is the physical receipts. This is a campaign that many states have found interesting. I was with Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. He said, this is an area I would like to replicate. And let me try and institutionalize Swachhata and minimize pendency. And we ran it last year in 2021. In 2022, it was enlarged. 101,000 offices were cleaned. And we found about 90 lakh square feet of space was freed. Now, this is monitored on a monthly basis, and 370 crores was earned in about a month's time. It's a huge amount of revenue that is generated from disposal of office scrap. You look at it in terms of outdated desktops, laptops, photocopiers, furniture, sofa sets, the television sets, 371 crores was earned in a month's time. And every month, what we find is about 25 crores is the minimum earning that comes just from disposal of scrap. And more than 40 lakh files were weeded. So the quantum of record management practices is a big area of focus. If you want to fix the state secretariat, record management has to be a key area of focus. Manual of office procedures being rewritten and weeding of files being the big area of focus. We monitor on a digital portal each of these areas. Nodal officers have been appointed across Government of India, particularly MPs' references. Members of Parliament write, they expect a reply in 15 days' time. Whether that reply is going from the ministry or not is a monitored initiative. So a substantive reply has to go from under the signatures of the minister to the member of Parliament. And that is a prescribed timeline under the Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedure for 30 days. Social media outreach is very important. This campaign was conducted on social media. In fact, 67,000 tweets was what the ministries put out. Our own Twitter handle had 1,377 tweets. And we should urge every ministry to switch to and adopt a social media handle. Tweets should be put out. The work that is being done in Government of India or the state government should be highlighted to the maximum extent possible. Otherwise, most of it can be very dreary, mundane work. How do you bring life to existing systems? And how do you make them live functional systems? There are 2-3 pages in my paper in which I have said, how do you make systems of governance more live? And interpersonal systems can be becoming more personal. How do you know every individual in the department? So this has been the geographical extent of this campaign. And I think this would be a strong recommendation to Karnataka ARC also. Please look at reducing pendency, improving Swachhata, and this is a good example. The special campaign has been a universal success, and it has been widely acknowledged by the Council of Ministers. And many of these, as you can see, across the length and breadth of India, we could find office spaces being identified, new parking yards being created. You can find library spaces, wellness centers, udyans being created. Prime Minister has tweeted 6 times. He has spoken about it in his Mann Ki Baat. on the eco-friendly traditions. The plastic Rakshasa of Bangalore railway station was one of the highlights that he had tweeted about. Office corridors being improved. This is another area where Karnataka has done very well in the first 2019 one. In 2022, it still finished quite high after Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, Haryana, and Kerala, and the integrated index. And developing an index at district level is something that you must consider, because many states have done it. Uttar Pradesh has done it, Jammu Kashmir has done it, Arunachal has done, Gujarat has done. An index enables you to bring in competitions across districts and timely updation of indices. In fact, Jammu Kashmir updates their index every month, and every month they release a ranking of districts. We do it on a biannual basis. We rank states on terms of good governance parameters. There are 58 indicators that are there on which we rank them. And what we find across the board is that this is the Tamil Nadu model, and you'll find they've done very well in several sectors. And I don't have the numbers for Karnataka, but Karnataka was one of the top performing states in 2019 index. In 2022 also, it was in the top performers. So across each sector, you'll find there is improvement. The other index that we bring out is the e-services delivery assessment. Everybody produces a platform, but how effective is a platform? For example, you can give a complaint on the NDMC 311 app that your street light is not working, and it would still take 10 days for the street light to be fixed. So the platform is not very effective. For a platform to be effective, the backend has to be adequately strong. There has to be accessibility, content availability, security, privacy, request tracking. Each of these parameters are monitored in the National E-Services Delivery Assessment. 56 mandatory services and about 1,400 services in all have been monitored. And Karnataka is again a top performing state in the e-services delivery assessment in terms of several portals. Grama One is a good one. We have Seva Sindhu, which is an awarded initiative. Many central ministries portals have also been evaluated under this. But evaluation is a constant ongoing process. Otherwise it keeps slipping. So we thought we should introduce monthly e-services delivery assessments. And so this is what we bring out on a monthly basis in terms of how e-services across the nation are progressing. The total e-services, the total services are 15,601 currently being provided, of which many are on many are being delivered as e-services. 1,400 are mandatory e-services that are to be provided. So this is how the nation has progressed in the last 4 years in terms of e-services. Good Governance Week is celebrated across all districts of India, all states, and the collective strength when digital platforms work in unison is visible in this period. In a 5-day period, what we found was something like 315 lakh service delivery applications could be disposed. And more than 6 lakhs, or how much did they say? So lakhs of service delivery applications, lakhs of grievances could be disposed in 5 days. And this year, the government wanted every collector to conduct a Vision India at 2047, a district vision to be prepared. So more than 373 district visions were prepared. And this is, of course, the Civil Services Day, which is celebrated on April 21. And the theme last year was Vision India 2047, bringing citizens and government closer. This year it is Viksit Bharat and saturation of the last mile. Vision India 2047 is a big initiative of government, and we've tried to bring together 40 young collectors across India, and along with 40 startups and 40 academics from IITs particularly, to look at technology solutions that governance needs. So energy, many new areas of public administration, energy net zero, in terms of climate change, it's not an area that you're taught in at the academy. You need to interact with industry to understand, and also how the startup culture is functioning. So we created a group of about 200 officials, including faculty of IITs, young officers, all below 35, And in fact, the Prime Minister's view was we should create teams less than 30. And because these will be the officers who will be participating up to 2047. So these are the areas that we are looking at in terms of our own vision for 2047, regional conferences for dissemination of good governance practices, increasing efficiency in the central secretariat, indices to be published like Good Governance Index, e-services delivery assessment, creating academic institutions. In fact, the National Center of Good Governance as an apex institute for good governance to be established. And this is what I have largely covered. So this is what we covered. No? There's one more. Let me just share with you the publications that we bring out. Yeah, you can go into it. So this was a presentation we made yesterday to the 30 members of parliament. And public grievances is a big area that everybody is talking about. And I think the Karnataka ARC must look at the system of how public grievances can better improve. It is something monitored on Pragati every month at the highest level. And you'll find that almost in 10 parliamentary standing committees, public grievances have been discussed since 2021. Every year, at least 3 to 4 meetings only on this subject of effective grievance redressal, improving citizen centricity in governance. And we've got a lot of accolades for the work that we have done, and particularly in bringing down the grievance redressal time, in bringing together this 10-step reform process, revamping Sevottam. I'll show you the results. And this is the future of it. Separate grievance portals for northeastern states, focusing on disposal quality. Data strategy units have been established. You need to understand how big data can be segregated, big data can be streamlined, and voice-enabled grievance lodging. Madhya Pradesh has a very good call center in which grievances are lodged. Then disposal of state grievances. In fact, conferences are being proposed on this particular subject. Development of good apps. A My Grievance app is proposed to be developed, and I'll show you the impact of the Grievance Redressal Index. And we could bring down pendency to the lowest ever levels in Government of India. And we expanded the grievance officers. The index has enabled competition. Timelines have come down to 16 days. It used to be 120 days before. And as you can see, every month, March, we had 1.43 lakh cases being disposed. It was quite phenomenal when you put men in place and how much of a difference it can make. So this is how the curves have moved. But grievance redressal was an integral part of the first and second ARC reports also. And it has been a part of each of these big commissions, be it the Gorwala report, or be it the Krishnaswamy Mudaliar report, or thereafter each of the reports that you go down. And you'll find that grievance redressal has found a place across government systems. Okay, these are what we have discussed. And this is how it looks in March. 16 days is what it looks. It is incredibly satisfying to watch the results. And the objective is to improve citizen connect and improve quality of disposal. Okay. And, so this is the grievance redressal index in which ministries are ranked, percentages are given, and if anybody scores less than about 30% or 40%, they're immediately pulled up. And it's difficult to score too high because they're negative marks. Every time a citizen gives a negative feedback, you head into negative. So most ministries score between 45 to 50%. And this is, of course, monitoring grievances on schemes, and particularly large subsidy outflow schemes where corruption cases exist, where there are non-performance or delayed delivery of services. It is important to monitor scheme-wise grievances. And also, the system can be used to identify officer-wise pendency. When you monitor a number like 80,000 officers on a system, it is easy that many people slip through the crevices. It's impossible to monitor a data set like this. But a digital platform which provides you access, an intelligent monitoring dashboard, can enable you to monitor individual officers who are having high pendency. Further, it would also enable you to monitor individual habitual complaints. People can play the system in that multiple complaints, you can target an officer with corruption cases. In fact, I've seen individual officers being targeted, 2,000 complaints against one officer being filed from multiple email identities. All focused campaigns can be run. It is important to segregate what is truth and what is blatantly false. So I'll share with you how the publications of the departments look and the flyers look. And these are some of the current thinking on Government of India as to how we can empower citizens further, we can enhance laws and bring in statutory or otherwise to handle public grievances. For example, I recall during the pandemic period, prior to the Vande Bharat mission, we used to get a huge number of evacuation requests, almost 200,000 evacuation requests were received. But an intervention like Vande Bharat cleared 200,000 grievances within a period of 5 days. So a policy intervention, process intervention, people-centered interventions can make a lot of difference. We can go to the third part, the reports, please. Let me just show you the reports that we are publishing. So this is the monthly report on CPGRAMs of Government of India website. You can see these various parameters, and it's a fairly comprehensive one and provides you at a glance as to how grievance redressal is progressing. And it's important that departments publish documents to indicate their performance. Every month on an ideal basis, monthly performances should be published, placed in public domain, so that everybody knows the department has progressed. Otherwise, it is very much possible that inertia takes over governance. So if you see the grievance redressal index, say 3 months back, you'll find Ministry of Health and Family Welfare finished last for 5 months on a trot. They were pulled up, and immediately the first time it was inspected and monitored at the highest level, they finished right into the top 10. So the same thing happened with Ministry of Corporation. Ministry of Corporation did very poorly for many months in the grievance redressal index. Once reviewed at the higher level, they've currently finished second or third. That is the kind of change. What is not inspected is simply not done. So Gorwala's dictum of 1951 still holds. So this is the report. It's a very comprehensive report for those of you who are interested in grievance redressal or how documentation should be undertaken in GUI. It's a comprehensive publication we bring out. You can go to the next one. The second report that we bring out is a monthly report on CPGRAMs for states. Now, this is a report that we publish for monitoring how states are doing in terms of handling. Oh, this is the secretariat reforms. Okay, I'll come to the CPGRAM state. Now, this is a issue that the chairman had flagged. You monitor secretariat reforms and see how is the secretariat moving month on month. How many officers are working? How many officers are not working? For example, in an e-office system, an officer simply cannot hide on file. How many submission notes has an officer made on file can be easily checked on an e-office portal. We monitor it on 3 parameters. One is in terms of this reduction of pendency and institutionalization of Swachhata. So we present pictures, we identify how ministries have performed, what were the targets that they had undertaken, and identify photographs. The second aspect of it, we monitor in terms of increasing efficiency in decision making, particularly delayering. On this, cabinet secretary level meetings are held bi-monthly. So whether delayering has happened or not, and we try and identify ministries which keep slipping back. We present ministries as those which are fully delayered, which are partially delayered, and which are not delayered. And then the focus is on ministries which are not delayered or which keep slipping back from delayered to non-delayered. So institutions often tend to rise and fall with individuals, and it's quite easy to slip back into what the old habits were unless a tremendous amount of monitoring is available. Then we also monitor e-office, and we produce some analytics. We're in the process of developing greater amount of analytics on this. We currently produce data sets on how receipts are moving. We also monitor the levels through which files move. For example, ministries where files are moving more than 4 levels. and those are monitored. There are ministries through which files move more than 7 levels, and those are immediately sounded out. This is it. Yeah, so as you can see, the progress of e-files and e-files, there's a linear increase in terms of the number of e-files that they're using. And we keep issuing office memoranda on a regular basis to ensure that the Secretariat is constantly engaged. We have one more report, I think. You can go to the e-services one. This is the state report on CP-grams that we produce, because we monitor all states and see how individual states are doing. You can compare Karnataka with Uttar Pradesh, and you will find the pace at which Uttar Pradesh redresses grievances is 11 days as compared to Karnataka's redressal of grievances. And this is how the numbers are not. If you can enlarge this, you can see how there will be number of days. No? This is the number of days in which this month. Do you have Karnataka here? Do you have Karnataka? Can you see Karnataka on this? I recall Uttar Pradesh because yesterday. Huh? Yeah, he'll have to do it. So can you just read out? Uttar Pradesh had 16 days yesterday, I recall, because I was responding to the chairperson. So this is how the numbers look. Maharashtra 165 days, Punjab 147, Tripura 113. These are the poorly performing ones. Bihar 89. They are stuck with high grievances and high disposal time. On a manual system, it is simply not possible. You need to have digital platforms which monitor. And then you come down with those with strong digital platforms. Telangana Janahita is one of the best functional platforms. Meghalaya's chief minister himself monitors it on his chief minister's WhatsApp grievance redressal system. Uttar Pradesh, 26 days. Phenomenal number, because states which have placed a very high levels of emphasis on grievance redressal are those that are delivering greater citizen-centric services. You can close this, please. And Karnataka, I'll share the report. In fact, you can see the report. I think it's somewhere in the middle. Maybe it's not in the worst performing, nor is it in the best performing. So you're somewhere there. Somewhere there. So this is on terms of e-services, and as was there in Professor Kala's presentation, e-services of Karnataka do find mention across the board. And we monitor e-services, and this is how Karnataka ranks in e-services. You can enlarge this, and you'll see Karnataka is, in terms of the state portal, it's behind Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Punjab. So Kerala state portal in terms of content availability, accessibility is far superior to almost all other portals of the country. And there is some catching up to do. Then look at the service portals also, come down. You look at the service portals and you'll find Karnataka is behind a few states in terms of the service portals also. Although it offers a huge number of services. You can go ahead, please. So this is how the e-services map of India looks if you enlarge it. And you'll find that not all states are on the same level. There are states which are offering only 20 services, 50 services. Karnataka is offering 866 services, which is one of the highest number of services. The quality of these services is something that needs to be constantly monitored. As you pointed out, there are portals which are not linked. There are portals which are not fully integrated with payment portals. They're just portals created at platforms which need updation. Kerala is offering 730 services. You can go to the next one, please. There's another pan. So this is how it looks, and here Karnataka features second after Madhya Pradesh in terms of the number of e-services being provided. And this is the mandatory e-services, and this is an area we would request you to take a look. In terms of mandatory e-services, Karnataka still needs to add another 10 e-services that have to be provided in terms of be it finance, revenue, police. There is a set of e-services, 56, which have to be mandatorily. The government of India is pushing that these should be compulsorily on an e-service platform. There's still some gap as per the current month's report. So, and then we present the best practices. So many of your practices that we have featured this time. The focus, since I was coming to Karnataka, I said we'll bring out a report with Karnataka specific ones. We have Seva Sindhu, Grama 1, We also have Jan Sevika, few of Karnataka's best practices we have featured this time. There is also Sakala is a fantastic initiative, and I think in terms of service delivery, providing an essential right to service delivery, it is there. So these are the documents that we have been publishing, and I would strongly urge prescribing a mandatory, you can close it, thank you, prescribing mandatory documentation to be brought out by each ministry. In fact, the Department of Administrative Reforms per se should bring out documentation with regard to the activities that it is undertaking, and bring out PIB statements, flyers. Today, we issue something like 5,000 tweets in a month, and we issue more than 100 PIB statements in a month. And in addition, we curate a huge number of films. We conduct 5 regional conferences across states, National E-Governance Conference, Civil Services Day, Good Governance Week. It's a beehive of activity, and as I pointed out, I would like to take you into the last 2 pages of this booklet. And I would request, this is a futuristic model of governance, the Chintan Shivir. And I think you must study how Chintan Shivers are conducted, page 24. Yes. Yes, he referred to it in his Civil Services Day address. We were the first ministry in Government of India to do it. And we brought together all officers into one room, from MTS to Secretary to Government of India, everybody, minister, everybody sat in one room for 48 hours. And we identified areas of contemporary challenges that we face and trying to find solutions to those. In fact, there were 2 that my departments did: improving service delivery and redressal of public grievances and improving pension welfare. And I found everybody was willing to participate. Everybody had a lot of ideas on how they could take it forward. And some of the big thoughts, of course, the Prime Minister himself came and spent 2 hours with us, sitting in the Chintan Shivir. And the Minister of State, of course, spent all 48 hours with us. And we found impersonal models of governance into live, vibrant models. This is one big message that he gave, that governance models need to find life through deep personal commitment and personal interactions, spending time together and seeking to find happiness from every job assigned. This was something that was went in quite deeply with me. The second he said was, how do you improve interpersonal relations in vertical organizations, where everybody, you have to write that fellow's ACR, you have to take disciplinary action against that official. How do you find interpersonal relations? Chintan Shivir is simply a good way forward. Otherwise, the Government of India had was senior officers meetings. Horizontal linkages are a very difficult way to take it forward. The third way was finding happiness at workplace and use of AI in governance. Use of AI in governance has been strongly recommended. In fact, we may like to invite speakers from Technology Park, Karnataka, on how AI can be used in governance. We called in IIT Kanpur teams to, and also the startups, particularly to bring AI into our public grievance redressal, because the data was so large, it was very difficult to understand that volume of data. So these are some thoughts I thought I should share with you. Thank you very much, Sri Vijay Bhaskar ji, and all our compliments for the tremendous amount of work that the Administrative Reforms Commission is doing. For Karnataka specific, we would recommend a block level index. If you can develop, it would be very good. A district level index on governance would be a good step forward. And updation of the manual of office procedure is something that you must look at. And publications by every department in terms of the work that they have been doing on a monthly basis would bring greater clarity into governance. Otherwise, bringing transparency into systems of governance is very, very challenging. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Srinivas, for a wonderful lecture talk on the various aspects of administrative reforms that have been undertaken by Government of India. It is a tremendously inspiring and complete. I'm sure it will motivate a number of us here to think on those lines. And I mean, it is really commendable on the part of Mr. Srinivas to have stayed in the ministry for 5 years now and led all these efforts up front. And it shows his tremendous commitment, dedication to this the cause of administrative reforms. And it's also, I think, I congratulate him for this wonderful work that he has done. So we will, I'm sure you'll have a number of questions, but we will take questions after other speakers. Now we have another speaker from Kerala, which is known as a model on social development for the entire country. And it is also has a number of, it is a model in terms of administrative reforms. And we have with us Ms. Sheila Thomas, an retired IAS officer, additional chief secretary, who was member secretary of the 4th Kerala Administrative Reforms Commission. And I request her to now give her the talk.
Good afternoon. I thank the Karnataka Administrative Reforms Commission for giving me this opportunity to be here today in the august presence of persons like Ramanathan sir and also Meenakshi Subbaraman. I am really thankful that, in fact, I had started forgetting about administrative reforms when Mr. Vijay Bhaskar had called me and asked me whether I'll be willing to come and present on the Kerala administrative reform initiatives. I thought, okay, it's a good opportunity for me also to recall about administrative reforms. And Srinivas, who sort of like pushed me into many of those things which we had taken up. He was a constant nag on me when I was in ARC. I would say nag in a positive sense, because many of the things which we had included, maybe we may not have, he had not kept on nagging me. Why not this? Why not this? We will come and yes, in a very positive way. I'm not in a negative connotation at all using the word. So without wasting much time, it's just an overview. And after the pan-Indian presentation of Srinivas, I hope this is not an anti-climax. Kerala, as you all know, has a history in many things. And it starts many initiatives, but on the way. Okay, sure. Oh, okay, thank you, sir. Many of its initiatives sort of fizzle out on the way also. It's like very ardent in starting things, but in finishing, I don't know how ardent it usually remains. It goes on to the next initiative, the next reform, the next reform. So though India became independent in 1947, like many of the states in India, Kerala was formed after the reorganization of states in 1956. Till then, it was 3 different states, the state of Travancore, the state of Cochin, and of course the Malabar district, which formed part of Madras presidency. These 3 states had very different laws, regulations, rules, procedures, everything was sort of different. Travancore, Cochin was integrated in 1951. So sort of they had moved towards being a cohesive unit, but in 56 only, Malabar district, which now forms almost 7 districts of the state of Kerala, half of Kerala's district come from the Malabar region. The other 2 regions are smaller. If you have seen Kerala, it's a linear state with a slight projection in the middle, and then it goes down. So the population wise, of course, it ranks among the largest states of India, though at the towards the lower levels. But maybe in a few years' time, it will go out of that also, since the population has been coming down in Kerala drastically, and it's reached the below fertility rates of replacement. 1957 was the first elected democratic government of Kerala came to power. It's considered to be one of the first communist governments to come to power through a democratic system anywhere in the world. So there they had certain conceptions about how government should work. And of course, they had the daunting challenge of integrating the three regions into one and then carrying forward the administration. They immediately on coming to assuming power, they constituted a reforms committee. In 1957 itself, and it was chaired by the then Chief Minister of Kerala, Mr. E.M.S. Namboodiripad. It had 6 eminent members, including the then Director of Institute of Public Administration, New Delhi. Yes, Mr. V.K.N. Menon. And it also had Mr. H.T. Malaviya of Economic Review as a full-time member. So they needed to go, the government wanted to really go into wholesale reforms in the state of Kerala. This report, there's a single volume report, it was submitted in 1958. I don't go into the terms of reference now, I recapitulate in brief towards the end. I don't want to waste your time on that, but the first one, to review the working of the administrative machinery as at present organized and the systems, procedures and precedents under which it functions with a view to assessing their adequacy for a democratic government in a welfare state. This was the ethos of the commission. They made far-reaching recommendations like constitution of village panchayat, combining of revenue and development functions, delegation of powers, addressing corruption, nepotism, etc. at the highest levels. Secretariat to be confined to framing policies, laying down rules and procedures, financial control, general direction and evaluation. Secretariat to have reduced strength with decentralization and to be regrouped in the 9 departments. Of course, it has grown up into some 40 departments now. That's what has happened in the intervening years. And similarly, like one of the very important recommendations I found in that is proper arrangements to be made for visitors to meet officers. This continues to be a refrain in all the subsequent administration reports also, which means that those proper arrangements are still really not in place. The second ARC was constituted 7 years later. It was it was chaired by Mr. M.K. Vallodi, ICS, who was former Chief Minister of Hyderabad, with only 2 members. It was constituted in 1965, not by a democratically elected government. After 57, in 59, the first elected government, as you all know, that the first government to be dismissed from power. And then after that, there was an instability in the political formations in Kerala, resulting in off and on governor's rule. And 65 was a governor's rule, and they constituted a reforms committee, which submitted its report in 67 when the next communist government came to power. It was also a single volume report. This again talked about the terms of reference was pretty exhaustive, and it had strengthening of Panchayati Raj. And then they differed from the first administration report, committee's report in certain things, where maybe because it's not a democratic government at the hem of affairs, they talked about concentrating more power on the district collector and other government functionaries, but at the same time strengthen the Panchayat Raj system. They were not saying that the Panchayat Raj system should not be strengthened, strengthen it in several ways, but also give the office of the district collector a main role to play in the administrative system. And then reorganization of departments, merger, secretariat status to be given to major heads of department. Sir, what you said about the single file system, somewhat akin to that, the power to the secretary, the heads of departments to move files directly to the secretary so that decision making is faster. It continued to write about corruption, nepotism and all that. Staff, reduction of staff, even by that time, the bloating of the civil service or the bloating of the bureaucracy was something to be considered seriously. And this committee wrote about the need for reduction of government expenditure and the need for reduction of staff. But nothing happened ultimately. Third administration reforms committee was constituted in 99. It was also chaired by the then Chief Minister. there was a gap of, as you see, 20 years between the two commissions. It had Mr. S.M. Vijayanand, who later retired as Panchayati Raj Secretary from Government of India as a member secretary. Yes, he was chief secretary. Finally, yes. The first two committees had submitted single volume reports. The third administration committee went in detail to several issues, and their reports were also very detailed. They submitted 15 reports in 4 volumes by 2001, when the government again changed. The terms of reference was again like the first committee to review the working of the administrative machinery in the state and the systems procedures under which it functions. That's maybe one of the key elements for which administrative reform committees are constituted. Look at how the government is functioning. It had suggested many far-reaching reforms, like a citizen charter. They had given standard citizen charters in the report. Grievance redressal mechanism. Grievance redressal has always been a major issue for Kerala. Right from the time of the Maharajas, people used to write petitions. And right up to the Secretary of State, they used to send. And that system still continues. They will first write to the President of India, with copy to the Prime Minister of India, to the Chief Minister, right down to the village officer probably. So that system of petition writing still continues in Kerala. It must be something to do with the culture of the state. So grievance redressal is a major issue as far as the state is concerned. Transparency and right to information. Right to information, when Government of India came with the Right to Information Act, I think in 2006 or 2005. Okay. This was 1999, I think the Administration Reforms Committee gave the report to have right to information and so modo furnishing of information to the people. They went in depth into personnel reforms, department-specific administrative reforms, entitlements of the government officials, setting up of a law commission for the state. It was set up also. Then department-specific administrative reforms of some selected departments like Scheduled Caste Development Department, Scheduled Tribe Development Department, Health Service Departments. And decentralization initiatives got a very major chunk of the recommendation space in this report. The last two reports, the Secretariat Reform and Reforming the Government. Reforming the government, the Commission suggested adoption of modern management practices in administration. These two reports finally were not taken up for implementation by the government. Recommendations in most of the recommendations of the other report were taken up for implementation. What is the impact of it? We'd like to ask the people how it finally turned out to be, but government orders were issued on most of the other reports. By the time these last two reports were submitted, the government has changed, and as it was in Kerala for a long time, it used to shift between two united fronts. Yes. But it was left to the next government to implement all those reforms. They did also, except adoption of the. There is a saying in Kerala that when any of the reforms comes and touches Secretariat, there the reform stops. Secretariat is a very powerful place, so they somehow stop any reform to the entire machinery. And without Secretariat reforms, nothing is going to happen to any of the reforms which are taken up for implementation in the other areas. They made very extensive recommendations in the selected areas. I would say the path-breaking recommendations like regular system of suo motu publication of information, social audit, citizens charter, elaborate systems of grievance redressal, behavioral standards for civil servants. These are all some of the recommendations, very important recommendations. As I said earlier, most of these were accepted by government and gave an impetus to the decentralization efforts. Because Vijayanand sir, Meenakshi Sundaram sir will acknowledge, he's a decentralization expert. He even now, like his life is dedicated to Panchayati Raj. And also adoption of IT for improving governance systems. And then attendance monitoring system. Attendance, as you all know, in government offices is a major issue. Despite all the monitoring efforts which has taken place, it still continues to be an issue. Then the fourth Administrative Reforms Commission was again formed after almost 20 years. Though it was constituted in 2016, it actually started functioning somewhere around 2017. It was chaired by the former Chief Minister of Kerala, Mr. V.S. Achuthanandan, and had three members, including the member secretary. This was the first commission to be an entirely bureaucratic commission, I should say. All the other commissions had politicians also and people from outside in the commission. It submitted 14 reports. The earlier commission had 15 reports. This had only 14 reports, but it went into different areas. Capacity development of civil servants in Kerala was taken up as a major area to study. Then by the time this commission was constituted, Government of India had also moved on to the rights-based legislations. So welfare to rights. Most of these departments were prepared based on studies of the existing laws, rules, procedures, and how changes are to be made in these to really work to meet the aspirations of the people. That was the consideration of the fourth Administrative Reforms Commission. So we studied implemented legislations in all those sectors. Then personnel reforms again, because it's important in delivery of services. The main stress of all this report was people-centered service delivery. We studied some of the regulatory departments and also some of the development departments. We went into an elaborate study on the public infrastructure, its development and management, sustainable development, governance issues in sustainable development in selected departments, accountability and public grievance mechanisms in government was studied based on the right-based commissions which were formed by Government of India and later by state governments like the Child Rights Commission and other things which have come up. People-centered service delivery in local self-government institutions and institutions transferred to this LSP. E-governance again was a matter of concern. Finance and planning, secretariat reform once again find a place there. And then we also had a performance report of the commission itself, how we performed during those 4 years. Terms of reference again starts with review and structure and functioning. This terms of reference was actually formulated by Mr. Vijayanand, who had by then become Chief Secretary of the state. So he had a free run of whatever he wanted to put into the administrative reforms, which was always, again, an area in which he had a lot of interest. I don't put up here all the recommendations because it's voluminous. I would just say that we had undertaken a study of the third Administrative Reforms Commission and its reports before starting work on the fourth Administrative Reforms Commission. So most of the reports which are still, most of the recommendations which were still relevant but not implemented in its spirit were again taken up for studies and were included in the suggestions, recommendations given by the fourth commission. So in brief, what I want to convey to all of you is that despite Administrative Reforms Commissions and its recommendations getting accepted by government, its actual translation in spirit, in letter it may get translated, but in spirit, in the functioning of the government, may not be what we desire. Because we see that same strain of terms of reference, same strain of recommendations continuing in almost all the reports. The first ARC wanted people-centered governance systems, decentralization along with change in attitude, greater commitment and motivation, stringent anti-corruption measures, higher delegation, secretariat work to confine to framing of policies, rules, procedures, facility for visitors. As I said earlier, it was appointed, it worked for 2 years. It gave a single report of 222 pages. the pages are important because you will see how voluminous this report come later on. Second ARC, they expressed anguish at the slow pace of reforms. Again, the strengthening of Panchayati Raj, measures to make government clean and efficient, growing indiscipline of government servants. This was 1965-66. Delegation of powers again finds a place. They again were there for 2 years and submitted a report in a single volume, only an increase by 20 pages to 242 pages. Third ARC, they looked at the work entire, they had a thorough review of the working of the administrative machinery. It also had to suggest better coordination between departments and local self-governments, measures for further decentralization to ensure maximum satisfaction to the people. It's all people-centered, whatever the reports have been saying. Eliminate delay, corruption, nepotism, cut avoidable paperwork, use modern management techniques in administration, visitors facilitation centers. From making arrangements for visitors to make officers, it has progressed to visitors facilitation centers. In the 4 years in which they took to give the reports, 622 pages, including annexures of the citizens charter and several things, they had actually prepared models and then put up along with the reports. When it came to fourth ARC, again review the structure and functioning, because that is the primary duty of any administrative reforms commission. Measured for coordination and joint up functioning of government departments, agencies. As we all know, government departments, agencies work in silos. We don't talk to each other. And one of the major reasons for delay in getting a final decision from government is that departments don't talk to each other. So measures to eliminate delays, corruption, favoritism, nepotism, it's the same thing continuing, which means all these are still continuing despite all the administrative reform efforts. Adoption of modern management methods and IT, which was recommended in the earlier report. And by about 2001, maybe with the new government which had come in 2002, they gave approval for a modernizing of government programs and a service delivery project, which limped on, there was no political ownership of both these programs. Some of the officials had a keen interest in carrying it forward. They took it forward to the extent they can. Finally, it was given a decent burial around 2008-9. Some of it still finds reflection in many of the changes which has happened in the governance systems in the state. So this smoothening of public government interface, that's the people-centered service delivery, where the commission had suggested that people should be able to access government services without visiting a government office. That is what ultimately it should be, which is happening in many of the developed countries. And there is now an interface in Kerala. This is a part of the CSCs, that the Common Service Centers, which is floated by Government of India. In Kerala, it was named as Akshaya Centers, because Akshaya Centers were already there when CSCs came. And Government of India allowed Kerala to continue with the Akshaya Centers itself. So there the people can go and get a third set, like some facilitation. So Akshaya Centers are actually facilitating people's access to technology. They come there with their applications. The Akshaya Centers will take care of it, ensure that all the application is complete in all respects, and then finally they will forward it to whichever office has to give the approval. And anybody who wants to approve, give the service, get the service online, they have the freedom to do it also. This is not true for all services, but some limited services, this can be done. So by the time we submitted all our reports, it was 14 reports in 14 volumes, 1,933 pages, including the annexures. So what we all, this is in conclusion, I have to say two things, which are the comments of the second administrative committee chairperson. Committees and commissions may be able to formulate proposals for reform, but unless civil servants are mindful of their responsibilities and conduct themselves in a responsible manner, such proposals are bound to remain a dead letter, which is true when that is my experience also when I looked into the third administration committee reports and then went in to write the next reports. This again from the second ARC, maybe Vellodi with sir, with all his experience of administration, would have written all this in the anguish of whatever he felt after studying and writing the reports. In the last analysis, good administration has its foundations in the integrity and efficiency, sturdy independence, and the devotion to duty not only of the civil servants, but of those who compose the government, of members of the Legislative Assembly, and indeed of the people as a whole. Democracy is one of the most difficult types of government work. It cannot, until and unless all parts of it works in unison, are imbued with the same ideals and also with a deep respect for one another. Without these, no reforms will succeed. With these, none may even be necessary. What is really required in the context of building up a welfare state is not administrative reform, but administration, not productivity councils, but production, not management associations, but management, and not an increasing flow of words, but plain, hard, honest work. I leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for comprehensive and fascinating talk on the experience of administrative reforms in Kerala. Though there is we see that there have been 4 commissions, but the development of Kerala through these 75 years is a testament to, and there has been a lot of impact, if not of just this administrative reforms commission, but of many other assets of Kerala's development. So I think overall Kerala is a model for the country in terms of social development and for governance also, in terms of decentralized governance. And
By
in
the
that
second
sense,
report was written, they had already Kerala's focus was always on health education,
Right.
development of human human development indices. The second report has stressed on these things again.
So the thrust on human development, which has been there in Kerala, a model for the country. People's awareness. So I now. So thank you once again, Ms. Sheila Thomas. Now we come to the last lecture. This is by Dr. Meena Nair of the Public Affairs Center. And her talk will be on localizing governance, strengthening the role of last mile institutions in Karnataka. Meena Nair.
Thank you. As this presentation, I think, stands between lunch and so anyway, I have very few slides. I just wanted to focus on what we did, the methodology that we followed, because most of the time, findings are usually somewhat similar to, and Dr. Kala Sridhar has already talked about some of the institutions that she has covered. One or two are the same. Some of them are different. So I'll start with what we did. I'm sorry. Thank you for inviting us. Just one or two slides on who we are, so that, because I don't think all of us know public affairs. Yeah, so we are a not-for-profit think tank. We have been working on the area of governance. We have been carrying out a lot of action research. Our USP has been actually deploying a lot of social accountability tools. We are known globally for what is known as the citizen report card approach, which collects user feedback from people who use government services, so that we understand where exactly in a service delivery value chain do citizens face problems, and accordingly the departments who are usually resource constrained can actually provide support there. Community scorecards, another tool that brings people, users and providers together. And there are other citizen monitoring mechanisms that we have developed over time, creating a small repository, because of which we are more of sector agnostic. We are not confined to a sector. And having been established in 1994 by Dr. Samuel Paul, who was the second director of IIM Ahmedabad, we are perhaps the first civil society organizations that actually talked about good governance in India at that point in time. These are our verticals. We apply social accountability tools. Our research is also taken forward through actual pilot interventions to make sure that the recommendations that we make can be actually scaled or replicated. We have recently set up a Center for Open Data Research because we increasingly feel that data science has to be mined within governments, pick that up and use that for making policy interventions. And training and capacity building has also been a major exercise that we have been carrying out. So very briefly, who we are. As far as this study is concerned, that Vijay Bhaskar sir very kindly gave to us, the KARC2, we had two objectives: examine whether the existing management structures, functions, and processes in 6 last mile institutions are adequate, efficient, and effective. Then identify the gaps in the functioning of the last tier of governance. So we were looking at the last mile. So interestingly, we were discussing this with the Secretary Panchayat Raj, Ms. Uma Mahadevan. And the first thing that she said was, do you really want to call this the last mile? Shouldn't this be called the first mile? Because the citizens reach out to these institutions first, which I thought I'll share with you because it's a very interesting thought that she shared with us. So for official purposes, I'm using last mile here, but I would go with her and use the term first mile. So we picked up one Gram Panchayat each from the 4 administrative divisions of Karnataka: Bangalore, Mysore, Belgavi, and Kalburgi. Sir requested us that we take up one urban area. So we picked up one ward from the Tumkur City Corporation. We used a mixed methodology of qualitative and quantitative tools. We followed or observed these institutions as given in the slide. The main Gram Panchayat office or the ward office. But the ward office was too small, so we went back to the city corporation office also and interacted with a lot of officers there. 2 primary schools, 1 secondary school, 2 Anganwadi centers, 2 fair price shops, and the PHC and the sub-center. So basically, covering the entire gamut of human development, which looks at education, health, food security, and last mile administration. We adopted a 3-pronged approach. One was a week-long observation where we actually stayed put in the Gram Panchayat, spoke to the staff, the communities that went to these last mile institutions to understand from among the staff. We tried to understand their day-to-day functioning, the infrastructure that was available to them, their understanding of their roles and responsibilities, the challenges faced, and inefficiencies caused thereof, structures, processes, templates, something that our director keeps emphasizing about at PAC. We carried out key informant interviews with the stakeholders and carried out what is known as community scorecards. As I said, we brought in the whole citizen-centric approach where we spoke to communities of users of these institutions, and we had a scoring mechanism against indicators to be able to understand what is the gap between what citizen experience is as against what provider perspective is. So, and then use the gap between the 2 scores to bring them together and work out joint action plan, because we firmly believe that unless there is a mutual ownership of these last mile units, where we all feel that this is my school, my fair price shop, my Anganwadi center, things will not move forward. So that's something that we tried applying in this study as well. So we had this very interesting framework here. I must acknowledge and thank the Karnataka Evaluation Authority for having brought in this whole perspective. Dr. Chaya Digaonkar, who was the additional Chief Evaluation Officer, worked with us very closely on this. We brought in the whole 3 Fs of the 73rd Amendment that talks about funds, functions, and functionaries, and the 3 aspects of evaluation, which is basically the 3 E's: efficiency, effectiveness, and economy. And how do we bring them together to ensure that the evaluation can be done and we can find indicators to be able to measure each of these aspects. The idea was to bring in some kind of measurement to be able to look at performances across these last mile institutions. So if you look at the various the ways we have efficiency in terms of functions, efficiency in terms of the functionaries who carry out those functions, and the funds that flow within the last mile or the first mile, sorry. Then you have effectiveness, various indicators, and we have parameters for economy. So this is how we kind of developed, and this was developed for each of the last mile institutions. So this I have taken from the Gram Panchayat office, where we used these measures, but we used the same but slightly different indicators for primary schools, for health institutions, for fair price shops, so that they were more contextual to the institutions rather than being, same across the board. So this was, and these, the measurements were then also triangulated with the scores that were given by the communities of users as well. So that way we brought in the citizens to the whole concept of governance. So coming straight, so if you look at the report, we have actually done this for each of the institutions, for the 4 gram panchayats covered and the city corporation. Wherever there's a difference in scores, we have kept them separate. Wherever the concerns, the issues faced are similar, we have kept them same. And then we came up with the findings. So the report has already been submitted to KARC2. We are awaiting actually your approval, sir. So once we know that, we can publish it. So the findings are the same. I mean, I think we have been talking about all of that. The fact that, there are guidelines that are missing that clearly spell out the roles and responsibilities of each of these functionaries. What we found was that there is at the Gram Panchayat office, for example, the PDO, the Gram Panchayat secretary, they are all doing the same thing at the same time. So there is no clear delineation of responsibilities between the various functionaries. So what happens is you are neither credited or discredited for the work that you do. So it's very important that you know your role, your responsibilities, to be able to measure your performance, get your performance measured. So that's something that we thought was very important. And to just inform you, sir, actually, we are also doing another study for the Panchayat Raj department, where we are actually doing a very interesting time motion study of the PDOs. We are following the PDOs for 6 days and trying to understand what is it that they do every day, and is that very different from what they're actually mandated to do. So the gap between core and non-core functions is something that, so that's something that maybe we can bring in once the study is over. So everywhere, every department that we have worked with, we found this very strange intermingling of responsibilities, not having very clear roles, which I think is very important. And so did we find also with the processes being followed for the implementation of programs, where again, there are very clear guidelines for citizens, how to apply, which supporting documents to bring, how many days, after how many days do you get your entitlement. But the same kind of implementation manual for an officer to follow was not found. So within the government systems, I think somewhere the officers also need to be clear as to how to kind of implement a program, what protocols to follow, and if not followed, what acts could have been violated. I mean, this we found in a study that we did for the Department of Minority Welfare, where one of the schemes included what's known as the Bidai scheme, where you pay a small amount to the parents of, and we found that some of the applications that were accepted had actually violated the Child Marriage Prevention Act. So, which is very scary. So very important that, those kind of manuals are created for the supply side as well. Absence of some coherence or convergence of departments when you're looking at the common denominator of Panchayat Raj. I mean, you're talking about Panchayat development. So shouldn't the line departments be working with the Gram Panchayat officers to ensure street lights, roads, trains, housing teams are all as per the needs of the Panchayat? So that's something that we also found. So need-based development plans where line departments also come and work with the Gram Panchayat, we found missing. There's been this talk about models. We were wondering whether models are important because you are spending a lot of resources to create those models and you want others to emulate them. Are we giving the same resources to the others to be able to emulate that model? I mean, is it possible for us in a resource constrained ecosystem to do that? Maybe it needs a rethink. I mean, maybe I'm being a devil's advocate, but I just thought I will share this with everyone. The same thing, I mean, about documenting their works, digitalized procedures, lack of regular training programs came across very clearly. All the officers had gone to the initial orientation training, but after that, training while implementing a program is announced and the officers are kind of pushed into it. But do we give them a half day or a 2 hour, an orientation on what this program is all about? How is it useful? How can you be, contributing to the welfare of the citizens through this program? Something that you, sir, talked about bringing in the whole concept of emotions of, being in touch with the citizens. So that's something that came from the supply side. These things we found were missing and we thought we would bring in that. And yes, the whole concept of non-filling of vacant positions, PDOs handling more than 2 or 3 Gram Panchayats, when actually the Karnataka Panchayat Raj Act does say that it's 1 PDO per Gram Panchayat. From among the communities of users, when our discussions with the communities very clearly showed that there's this, they're like confused about who does what. I mean, where do I go to for a certain thing? Should I be, which officer in that line department should I be going to? So that's something that again was a problem. So naturally, then you go, to the nearest, whoever is nearest to you. So it could be your community leader, your religious leader, or your waterman or lineman. You try to find simple ways of resolving issues instead of going through an official procedure. Public grievance mechanisms not being there, this has been enough talked about, and naturally this has affected service delivery. We have carried out studies on fair price shops where a simple non-adherence to things like display of the stock of on the table, or writing about it as to what the stock is today, the price of that is missing. So how do you bring in whatever is already there, what the government has already said that it will do, should be adhered to, is at this last mile, because that's where citizens go to first. The taluk and the district headquarters come much later. You go to your first mile. So these are some of the findings that came through very clearly. And naturally, our recommendations follow the findings. So we divided our recommendations under 4 components. So there was this whole concept of looking at the organization structure. How do you kind of bring in an administrative control system? Lot of words, I think we can go through this. So then looking at a process re-engineering in terms of service delivery, how do you ensure the smooth implementation of services? So we talked about, we do feel, as you had advised us to add this thing of already the meetings are being
video recorded, but are they immediately uploaded? Is something that came across very quickly, because the more time you take, the more chances of something being done. So something being prompt, being timely was something that came across. We thought should be useful. Vacant positions being filled, processes being made paperless, digital formats. So and very importantly, some standard operating procedures. I mean, again, what I called as implementation manuals, probably they could be standard operating procedures that can be followed by anyone who joins the department at that post and, starts functioning. Assessment of development plans, looking at releases of funds, overutilization, underutilization. Why is that happening? These are important points that need to be looked at, is what again we felt. The span of control in terms of having awareness and knowledge about the roles and responsibilities, upgrade. This was an interesting thing, that the PDO, not being a grade B officer, actually puts him in a slight vulnerable position, because he's not able to ask or request someone to do something because the person is above his or her grade. Yes. So then the a vigilance committee, it's very interesting how every single last mile institution has a committee already. Whether it's the school, which has a school and development monitoring committee, whether it's a fair price shop, which has vigilance committees, but how much of a role do they play to monitor and evaluate that last mile institution is something that we really need to work towards. There are training programs being done. I've been part of a training program that looked at the BAL committee for the Anganwadi centers, but it's like once and few in far between. So how do you keep involving the committees is something that's very important, because the composition is very interesting. You have a grandparent, you have a father, you have mothers of the children. So if you bring them and get them to work with the Anganwadi center, naturally performance will be better. And then, of course, training and capacity building, which has to be done with regularity among different officers, refresher training to be conducted. And we have very lot of training institutes already available, ATI, DTI, the Samarthya Saudas that are available at the block. How do we kind of encourage them to carry out these so that people also do not have to travel all the way to Bangalore, but the nearest center to be trained to something, because that sometimes becomes a disincentive to travel and be away from your place of work. So these were very quickly some of our recommendations. I mean, these are given in more detail in the report. I try to be as short as possible here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meena Nair. So now we have had a look at administrative reforms, the entire gamut of administration. Thank you. So we have had an overview of administrative reforms at all levels of administration, from the frontline institutions to the Gram Panchayats, the urban local bodies, to office institutions at the district level, state level, and at the national level. And so now this is a lot of rich material is there with us. So now the field is open for questions. Kala.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll take on. Is there anyone from online questions?
Can I go
Really,
ahead
no.
in the meantime? They can post their questions in the chat or something.
There are- Okay, I think Okay. Okay. So I think Dr. Kala, you can. So please unmute and talk. We can't hear you. Yeah, Mr. Sethumadhavan.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay Bhaskar. It was an excellent seminar. I really enjoyed. Very useful. I have just a few comments to make. In the presentation which you made, you have mentioned several items where recommendations have been given. On a rough perusal of them, I find that many of them are very ordinary routine things which should have been taken care of by the departments themselves. Like an example, revision of the amount for the pensioners, or the look at the jurisdiction of the police stations and things like that. Now, that only shows that the officers at the senior level, at the principal secretary or the IGP or whatever it be, they do not really exercise their mind in reviewing the regular activities or what exists on paper. So what probably is required is, this is what our friend from Kerala also said, any reform, administrative reform measure can be effective only if the people involved do exercise their mind. So what is required is probably to motivate the officers at the senior level to look at administrative reform as part of their routine function. And I would go further to say that the Department of Administrative Reform in the state itself, I don't know whether it exists now, should have a unit or a small inspection unit or whatever it be, which identifies departments and institutions from time to time and review the existing procedures and rules and things like that to update them. And because probably the senior officers are too busy with their routine work and they don't have time to sort of look at it, and they will wait for another administrative reform commission to come. So this is one thing. The second thing is that as was mentioned, all this depends really on the attitude of the officers. I had an interesting experience one time, and I'll just take 2 minutes. I just had to get a power of attorney, certified by the High Commission of London to be, before registration, to be a seal had to be put in the registration office. I had to spend 1 full day on it, sitting there, waiting for the officer to come. And then I wrote about it in Hindu. I got a lot of people saying that they had similar experience. Now, so the attitudinal change is what the reform should aim at. The third thing is, I will invite your attention to an article which came in yesterday's Economic Times by a consultant called Subramanian Iyer. He said, one of the areas where people suffer is the succession. There is so much of paperwork when a person dies and his successors have to access the property in spite of a registered will, in spite of nomination and things like that. His suggestion is to have a website like Aadhaar, where a person can register his successors or nominees, and it should be sort of on verification so that while alive, you can, all this is in position and the successors don't have to run from pillar to pillar to get to access their properties, particularly the immovable assets. I would request that take a look at it. It's a very interesting suggestion made, and it may be worth considering. And the other thing, of course, is the level jumping. We had in the government of India, as mentioned, the level jumping scheme, and it to an extent it works. But really, sort of how it could be made more effective at all levels, not only, for instance, the office where I sent, the assistant had to make a register, then it goes to this, the whole hierarchy, the chain of hierarchy. How it can be eliminated even in the lower down offices, not only in the secretariat, which is quite possible, but down the line where there could be, reference points or sort of decision points where this could be sort of effectively implemented. These are some of my thoughts which I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I think we'll, after the questions are all asked, then we can request the speakers to respond. Yeah, Dr. Kela. Kindly keep your brief, your comments, questions.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. My question, rather comment, is to Mr. Srinivas, sir. I think it was a fascinating presentation. Thank you very much for those inspiring experiences from across the country. My only thought is that, see, this all happens in Delhi, right? I've lived in Delhi and Delhi is contagious. One ministry does this and everybody, it catches up very fast. But what will happen to the last CMC like Shahabad or something like that in remote Karnataka? How can they be inspired to adopt technology? I think you yourself kind of gave one quick solution, which was that you encourage district-wise compilation of a good governance index, which I agree with. But my humble submission to you also is, sir, please try to encourage all this at the city level. We say that cities are so important engines of economic growth, and we don't have any data at the city level. And at the end of the day, the district is a much larger administrative unit than the city is. So that is my only suggestion and submission to you. Thanks a lot.
Yes.
Effectiveness and efficiency and economy. The administrative reforms, effectiveness, efficiency, and economy depends upon the quality of education and quality of attitude and quality of human behavior. Of course, the background of like a motherboard of the system, the education institute to play to bring an effectiveness of the administrative system. Of course, the administrative reforms in the focus itself, I may be right or not, wrong, I don't know. But I believe personally, the administrative reforms are ignoring these content of the bringing rightness, goodness, and effectiveness of education service into the country. If you address these things, I think rest will take care. Even one of the online speaker has mentioned attitude of the government civil servant, and that is, I think, a reason, the fundamental reason, I believe. And once we address the quality of education and quality of training, I think we can bring better administrative service. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone from the online audience participants? I think someone raising. Can you speak, please? I think someone has unmuted. Would you like to ask a question, sir? The last audience. Anyone else? Any other question?
Sir, you were mentioning the administrative reforms report. I observed the various reports. In this quality approach is not in the public service system quality. They are rather than more on stress on quantity approach. Mainly all the department, they have a quality cell for good service. Assessing the service also very important. And second one is SOP for all the what we providing the our services. For each and every services we providing, SOP is needed in all the department. And most of the department officials, they giving a chance to wasting the time for the telling the what are the procedure to be followed like that. And for the public service, officers would have to be have a RFID card, like a private system. They have a radio frequency ID card for all the department staff. And all officers with a frequency of services and CMS, central management system, monitoring system. So that is when we were visited in the Korea, sir, central monitor system has been adopted. In each and every department, they have to maintain centrally, they have to monitoring the field offices across the state. They have to monitor, each department have a cell called a central monitoring system. They have to be controlled, field staff, they are working or not like that. One is RFID and central monitoring system. There will be more access to the public. Some of the field officers, they come to the office, they went to the field without having in the diary, maintaining the diary or all, or else they maintain the where we went where they disappear and they went, the same 8 hours they spend and they will not be available in the office. So that's why 100% implementation e-office and also CC camera for the Gram Panchayat office. They available with the 8 hours, they should be available in the office and also compilation of old records, sir. Old records. Many of them are not getting the old records. So they're all old records. Their computerization should be very important. And SMS has to be for the services we are providing for the public. SMS has to be implemented and for the beneficiary. And DBT system has to be very much for DBT, the direct benefit system, and that to subsidy oriented schemes. DBT, direct benefit transfer. More and more they have to be based on their document. They have to be implemented. My suggestions are that in the observation also these are the points to be made.
Can I make 2 points very quickly? The first point is in the presentation made by the Administrative Reforms Commission, one of Kerala, there is a very interesting statement. The minister is responsible for taking the policy decision after taking the advice of the secretary. This is what she has shown in the slide. Can we include this in our Administrative Reforms Commission? Because many a times the feeling now, I read a report by the director of the National Academy of Administration a couple of days ago in the newspaper. Somehow it gives me the impression that the role of the senior civil servant is gradually changing. And from being the advisors and telling them what is right and what is wrong, they have now been reduced to some kind of implementer. Policy is decided elsewhere and they are only implementing it. That whether that is right or not, I am not getting into that question. But somehow that impression is coming. So maybe in the Administrative Reforms Commission report, we should clearly say the minister is responsible for taking the decisions after taking the advice of the secretary. He is at the full liberty to overrule, but he should take the advice. That's my first suggestion. Second is about the delayering. Why do we create layers first and then talk about delayering? Can we not avoid that layer itself? See, in the scientific department, for example, in ISRO and in the Department of Atomic Energy, they don't bother about the promotion. After every 4th year, you get promoted to the next scale. If you are joint secretary, you may continue to be a joint secretary or you call any name and the promotion will not be affected, but you will continue to do what you are doing and at the next level you go further up. Now, today in the government of India, I think is still prevalent. You have a joint secretary, additional secretary, special secretary, secretary, and mostly all of them are very close to each other. Can we reduce this layer and then have a different system of promotion for them so that their promotional opportunities are not affected? That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, may I say something?
Yeah,
Sir, may I say something?
Professor Deshpande. Yes, Professor Deshpande. Yes, please talk.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I should have attended personally, but because of a few health issues, I'm attending online. I really enjoyed the presentations, both from the central government as well as Srinivas sir, as well as ma'am. Certainly, the Administrative Reforms Commission has given total emphasis on, I should say, I should distinguish it as IAS administration. Nothing below that. Nothing below that. And the rest of the thing is taken for granted. In the sense that actually, if you look into the presentation of grievances, the number of grievances is nothing very different. It's okay. It goes by the population, except for UP. Rest of the states, the grievances are in proportion to the population. But then, what are the quality of grievances? And most of the grievances come on the process of implementation. And this process of implementation is something which is lacking and which is at the bottom. Now, as far as, and I had the chance to look into all the bottom-up governance, and it is pathetic that at the bottom up, we had never reached the reform process. In fact, the first Administrative Reforms Commission, after many years of working, very clearly stated about what needs to be done. But then, Mr. Rai, you would like to speak in between? Trivikram Rai, Pai.
Yes,
Trivikram
fine. Hello.
Please-
Yes, sir.
Can I complete?
Yeah.
complete?
Okay.
Professor Deshpande, please complete. And
Okay,
please
okay.
keep it brief.
No, that's all.
because we
That's
are
all.
close.
Another
Yeah.
sentence. So there are three important aspects. Number one, the quality of grievances, and most of the grievances are about the implementation process as bottom up. Second, all the Administrative Reforms Commission from the beginning onwards, from the first onwards till the end, till now, they have not bothered about the bottom level or the implementer level administration. They are only bothered about the cream level administration. Third, when the Administrative Reforms Commission takes view of the efficiency of delivery system should be the most important criteria, not the organizational criteria. All the Administrative Reforms Commission of the state level as well as at the country level have more bothered about organizational criteria than the implementation efficiency. One of our theses in ISAC is on efficiency of bureaucracy based on 35 IAS officers of Karnataka Academy in Karnataka. What we located that there are 3 levels of officers, and these 3 levels are differential efficiency levels. Now, why do these differential efficiency levels come? It is there. I'm not a public administration man, but the student happened to work with me under my guidance, and the thesis is there in the institute. Why there is a failure in efficiency, because the person in charge is not possessing the LLQs, which are essential in order to lead to the new avenues and new vistas. Thank you. I enjoyed the presentations. It was very
Thank
good.
Thank you, Professor.
And
Deshpande.
I was very happy to see Ramnathan as
We'll,
well as
I think
Vijay
we'll take
Bhaskar
the
sir.
last question from Mr. Trivikram Pai on the YouTube, and then Professor Shivan.
Yes, sir.
So we will end
Just,
there.
can I
Then we'll
just
give time
speak out?
for, yeah, we don't have further time, so I request Mr. Trivikram Pai to keep your
Yeah.
question kindly.
No,
brief.
just only 2 minutes. Yeah, only 2 minutes. I know the time. See now, for example, these administrative reforms give attention to very small but yet serious administrative bottlenecks. For example, take ESOP regime. See, the town planning layout requirement is a very good step, no doubt, for large holdings, so that there will be proper road proximity for ambulance and all that, and organized growth. But if there is a holding or small holdings like 3 guntas, 4 guntas, 5 guntas, properly properly subdivided from the parent number by partition or sale or whatever it is, and having a very reasonable proximity to roads, bigger road or small road, even for them, if this town planning requirement layout is applied, 30-40% is to be given up without any compensation. Just give it, and with the result, there is no permission granted for buildings. There is no sale permission in the sub-registrar's office. So with the result, owner's right to property is muted, which the Supreme Court has said it is a type of human right. And secondly, even the GDP is also affected because trade activity will not be there. There will be no commercial building permission. So these things can be really on an emergency basis, it should be done. There will be wide and very wide hue and cry in the media, in the people in the past. Our respected officers and our retired IAS administrators, they know it very well. So this aspect may be please looked into. And emergency steps for using this very common sense approach will have to be adopted in administrative reforms. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr.
Hello.
Pai. So now, Professor
So
Shivarna.
kindly just look this, for small holdings and all should be exempted, and the circular should have only 2 lines of clarification. Now, there are so many problems, thousands and thousands. So basic administration reforms is now being muted from public eye. So what is, may I know reaction, sir, if I am correct?
Yes, Mr. Pai. I
Hello.
think after the questions, the speakers will respond. Thank you for your question. Now I request
Please,
Professor
because
Shivarna.
this is a statewide
We have,
problem.
we have Mr. Professor Shivarna.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for providing time. Thank you very much.
Sir, one of
Professor
the
Shivarna.
findings of Dr. Meena Noy is that lack of clarity among the roles of panchayats, especially at the Gram Panchayat level. I think one of the reasons for that kind of is the poor implementation activity mapping in Karnataka. Activity mappings, which is now is called as responsibility mapping. I think there is need to look at this issue at the state level, where we hardly find integration of line departments and the panchayats in carrying out the both state sector schemes and district schemes. So that is coming the way of identifying exact role of Gram Panchayats or Taluk Panchayat, Jilla Panchayat in Karnataka. I think the activity mapping should be taken seriously at the state level so that it can be bring integration, coordination.
Thank you. So I'll request Mr. Srinivas and then Sheila Thomas.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you, Chair, allowing me to ask this question. Just for clarification, so far now I listened this entire reports. I couldn't see any recommendations, including students' part in this administrative part. So even the vision of 2047 also, I couldn't see students' participation in the administrative role. So is it possible to include students' participation in the administrative role? Excuse me, sorry. Because the future India is depending on students. So it will be easy to bring next level of administrative reforms. Thank you.
Srinivas, I request you to respond to.
I'm the only one. Okay, let me respond. I think Professor Kalasridhar's suggestion, cities-based index, I have not thought about it so far. I'll take a look at your suggestion, madam. I need to check the data sets available firstly. Otherwise, the state good governance index, e-services, also district good governance index, these when we went from state to districts, we found a huge deal of difficulty getting data. And data publications were quite irregular at state level. In fact, one of the big changes that happened when indices were published was the directorates of economic statistics in states actually underwent transformation and started coming out with data sets. I thought PSC would be presenting something on a panchayat data set, but perhaps the data is not available. But let me take a look at what city-based indices data show up. Then with regard to Meenakshi Sundaramji's issue on why delayering is important. And delayering, sir, is the central secretariat has undergone a massive transformation. What it used to have, say, when I was a joint secretary 14 years ago, was about 180 joint secretaries, out of whom 170 were IAS officers. And we also had about 380, 400 deputy secretary directors, of whom 70% were IAS officers and about 30% were from the central secretary service, or 50-50. That was the broad ratio that was there. Today, what we see is the number of IAS officers working in the central secretariat at joint secretary level is down to 80, and against 240 to 50 posts. And many central services are working as joint secretaries. Also, there has been accelerated promotion. Now you see officers of 95 batch are already additional secretaries, and they spend very long time as additional secretaries. The bandwidth between additional secretary and secretary used to be 2 years to 3 years. Now it is more than 6 years. So for 6 years, an officer as additional secretary finds it very difficult because it's an intervening level between joint secretary and secretary. So a vertical bureau being created seems to be a better option. Also, what we found was that the quantum of digital transformation available, quantum of workloads coming in necessitated simplification of the hierarchy. And if a digital secretariat model has to work, the process has to be simplified. If the ARC, second ARC also, if you see, it said only 3 levels. We have gone ahead and said 4 levels. But overall, there has been a massive transformation in the central secretariat, particularly at the additional secretary level. What we find is officers are spending much longer times than what they would normally be spending. And at the DS director level also, the number of IAS officers coming in has come down a great deal. So the transformation in the central secretariat perhaps will occur again in another 5 years' time or 6 years when the larger batches start coming back. In terms of the role of ministers and secretaries, there are 2 reports the second ARC came up with. One is the organizational structure of Government of India, and second was refurbishing personal administration, reports number 12 and 13. And they did prescribe a code of ethics for civil servants. An ethics law, in fact, was prescribed. And a code of conduct for ministers was also prescribed in it. Both the recommendations were examined in the group of ministers which Mr. Pranab Mukherjee chaired, and it was felt that these are recommendations that need to go back to Committee of Secretaries. They also made recommendations with regard to the constitutional provisions, that is Article 309. Article 309, for those of you who understand and follow public administration, is one of the most litigated articles in the Constitution of India. It deals with how the services operate. And if you see the citations on Article 309, they run into more than 500 pages alone on that single article. Now, the second ARC examined Article 309 in consonance with Article 310 and 311 and said that a stage has come when Article 310 and 311 should be subsumed into Article 309. Further, they said Article 312 should be further substantiated and strengthened so that the role of the All India services into the constitutional framework is further strengthened. Now, these recommendations, in fact, I was looking to Kharola to come and speak on these because he was the guy who wrote these recommendations. And he somehow did not come in today. And but these 2 chapters are quite visible. And this year, when we were looking at it, one of the areas that we thought was we should look at the ethics law again. In fact, we've been sitting and working with Professor Suresh Mishra in IAPA on how the ethics law of the second ARC envisaged in 2009 can actually be modified or amended to fit into a 2023 context. That was something that we were working on. Now, the Vision India 2047 for youth, there is a massive role for youth. It's particularly, as I said, the objective is to create teams of less than 35 is what we are creating teams. In fact, the political mandate is that we should look at teams of less than 30. In fact, there are suggestions that were coming to me saying that please create a team of women officers below 30 who can take it forward. And that is the great strength that Indian bureaucracy is going to happen. So for young students of public administration, I think there is a tremendous opportunity to get into some of these discussions. I'll discuss with our knowledge partner is IIT Madras. I'll ask them if various schools of public policy where students are working, if they can be incorporated into this group. We already have a core group of more than 200 participants. We'll bring in some youth also into that core group. So I hope I've answered, sir, most of it. Local administration is not something I deal with much. So that is something that you should have.
Just add a little this thing to this de-dairying business. I was director of projects in the Ministry of Shipping and Transport. I had a joint secretary, Doraiswamy, for the Bombay cadre. Chakrabarti, ICS, was the secretary. When I joined, V.K. Rao told me that I don't want too many people in between. You directly report to the secretary. avoid the joint secretary. So at my level, dealing with huge projects like Hindustan Shipyard project, the Cochin Shipyard project, the dredging pool, inland water transport, then shipping corporation of India, Mughal lines, etc. All but crores and crores worth of projects. I was always nervous at the level of a director. How will I deal with this without the file passing through at least an intermediary like a joint secretary? But then I somehow, and Chakravarti himself was very nervous. See, he did not understand much of these things. He said, all right, whatever you say, I'll agree. But my problem came in the delaying when I went to the meeting of the cabinet secretary of secretaries in the cabinet secretariat. And there the cabinet secretary said, how are you as that project present here? You low-level officer, where is your secretary? Where is your joint secretary?
They don't deal below 3 stars. So you need a third
And
star.
I was asked made to sit outside for some time by the cabinet secretary. Then he gave a ring to Chakravarti. Chakravarti very nicely pretended that he was ill. See? Huh? So then in the afterwards, cabinet secretary said, please ask this guy to come in. See? And then I had to put this thing over there. But this is what I'm just giving an example. But the advantage of that, I can tell you positively, things moved very forward. Within 3 to 4 years, we could clear all the projects in the ministry, you see, with such super speed. It was something astonishing. You see, that is also there. So I firmly believe there are too many layers there. And certainly level jumping is absolutely needed. Lastly, madam, to you, your brother says that he has not visited Bangalore from 2015.
I could
Huh?
not come.
Now, we
COVID was there.
will do the trick.
Ah,
For you, we will invite him more often.
Oh, that's so nice.
Because we need somebody to invite him, no? So we'll do that now.
Definitely.
And we need more on administrative reforms.
Sheila Thomas, would you like to?
Yeah.
Answered by Mr. Srinivas, thank you.
So regarding, I would just shortly.
I
take
have a
2
small
minutes.
point, sir.
lunch
Srinivas, I
Yeah,
won't
what-
take more than 30 seconds, sir. I thank everybody for all the inputs. I learned a lot. Mr. Srinivas, you did mention one single English word called ethical. You are looking into the ethical aspects. We just had in the past month 2 officers murdered. We also had one in Bihar, one in Nagaland. Today, a 215-page writ petition has been filed by the widow of Srinivas from, Krishnaya from Telangana. And the point here is the views of the Chief Secretary of Bihar expressed in this context. Now, when you talk of governance, administration, and all the protocols, don't we have a code of ethics, a code of compassion, a code of empathy, a code of altruism that has to be inculcated? Or are we just one portion called servants, delivery servants? Or are we all not part of the same society? Don't we have families? Don't we have? I'm just looking into one dimension, which perhaps, if it is addressed properly, it will give tremendous results. Thank you, sir.
I think case of Mr. Krishnaya is of course.
I'm not talking, I'm only talking of today's context being different from the earlier context. The law of eminent domain is gone.
What, as I already said, the ARC recommended an ethics law, right? What we have are the conduct rules. Currently, the civil services, the All India services and the central services operate on the conduct rules. The second ARC went a step further and said, prepare an ethics law. That did not see fruition. That was one of the recommendations that has not seen fruition. We're trying to see what best can be included into an ethics law. In fact, we've examined and consulted many countries on it as to how an ethics law can be formulated. Practices of United Kingdom, South Korea, Singapore, half a dozen countries we've examined how their civil service works. In terms of the Indian civil services constitutional protections, we find are quite robust. And the kind of safeguards that are outlined in the Constitution, along with the service conditions that have been prescribed in the All India Service Rules, also the pension rules, they provide huge amount of safeguards and freedom of work. So the capacity to advise without fear or favor, the capacity to be neutral and anonymous, these are huge constitutional protections that have been provided to the civil service. And the next step is what kind of a structure would an ethics law take up? These are issues that we are considering.
Thank you. So I think the questions relating to Karnataka, any suggestions have been made relating to state government, which we have, Meenakshi Sundaram and all of many of you have made it. We have taken on board and we certainly examine. Thank you very much. Now I request, since we are now come to the last item of our program, I request Dr. Jeevan Kumar, Secretary of IIPA Karnataka branch, to propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you'll all agree with me. This has been a very illuminating, educative, and informative session. We thought we'd include a few more papers from other states and so on, but perhaps it's good that we did not. Kerala itself gave us a very rich experience, but perhaps in future we'll also look at widening this entire framework and getting papers from the other states in India so that we can learn from the experience of the other states. So let me at the outset thank the non-agenarian in our room, Mr. S. Ramanathan, running 96 years, who has stayed with us since morning, continues to exhibit amazing energy. Thank you very much, sir. You continue to inspire us, you continue to lead us. And a couple of points that he made, I think, this morning are important. One, that administrative reforms is a continuous process. You can't really say the end to innovation and so on and so forth. The second point that perhaps is not much elaborated is to what extent is the political executive in sync with the administrators when we are doing administrative reform. Thank you for that, sir. To the chairman of the KRC2 and to our chairman, IIPA KRP, Mr. Vijay Bhaskar. Enormous amount of work has been done by his team. 5 reports already covering 23 departments, so many more departments too. I'm not sure whether you can finish it by the end of December, but Godspeed to you, and I hope you are able to do full justice to the work that has been entrusted to you by the government. Thank you very much, sir. To Dr. Kala and her team, Vani, Indrajit, thank you very much for your very informative paper. You've traveled across the district, you've looked at specific sectors. It was actually a 3-in-1 paper, very rich. Thank you. And to all the others also, we'd like copies of your papers because the IIPA wishes to bring out the papers as a publication. To Mr. V. Srinivas, a special note of thanks because of the enormous amount of information that you gave us. But I have a complaint. What you gave us in the printed form and what you presented is different. We'd like to have a text of your presented form. We bring out a monthly virtual newsletter. We'd like to carry not what you gave us in print form, but what you spoke, because a lot of advice to the government of Karnataka in terms of mandatory documentation, use of electronic media, use of artificial intelligence, and so on. So that's very important for us because our newsletter gives inputs to the government of Karnataka. So if you don't mind, we'd like to have a copy of that paper too. To Ms. Sheila. Oh yes, I hope you have the time to go through that. You will be on a mailing list. We'd like your feedback too. Ms. Sheila Thomas from Kerala, thank you very much. So much of work has been done there, and you were heading the last Administrative Reforms Commission, and all the recommendations were very important for us also to note. Thank you. One point which somebody told me, Jose Chathukulam told me that in Kerala, you don't have a state administrative service. Is that right? It's been started now. It's been constituted now. Okay. Thank you very much. So that takes care of all the paper presenters. A couple of nagging questions, if you'll pardon my use of the word nagging. One is, to me, it appears, and I've taught public ed, I've taught public management, it appears that we are going around in circles.
why should Gorwala, for example, still figure in a discussion in 2023? So many recommendations and across the states, and there's an enormous lot of recommendations, but why are we still floundering in implementing them? That's one nagging question. Second nagging question is, are we carrying everybody with us while we're doing administrative reforms? Dr. Deshpande said, perhaps only the creamy layer is being affected, right down the line, right down to class 4. If there's still a class 4 in government, I'm not very sure. Are we carrying everybody with us in doing administrative reform? That's my second nagging question. Concluding observations. Chintan Shri. Go right down. But then if you ask researchers are going down to the field,
Yes,
PDOs, for example, I mean, there were a lot of complaints about, where are we in the entire scheme of things?
No, in fact, the ARC and all these reports.
I'm sorry. Just give me a couple of minutes. So at the end of the day, I'm sure I carry all of you with me when we say that.
Rajshekhar also. Dr. Rajshekhar. Vote of thanks.
Yes, I will do that. So inputs have come from everybody, including our online people. So formal vote of thanks, beginning with Dr. Rajshekhar, Director of ISEC, and his entire team, for the enormous amount of support that has given us in putting this whole event together. Dr. Anil Kumar, Registrar of ISEC, and Mr. Ashok Kamath, who took care of the entire IT section of it. Thank you very much. To our IIPA members, particularly Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram, Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram, who took the trouble to come over here. Thank you very much. The Secretary of the DPAR is a very important person who has been with us today, and I'm sure that you'll take many takeaways that you'll carry with you. Thank you very much. Other officers around the table, two personally whom I know, Mohan Chakravarti, Ravi Titlapur, thank you very much for coming here. To the team from the KARC too, I think a good number of your officers are here. Thank you very much. Dr. Shivanna, Dr. Devendra Babu from ISEC, doctoral students of ISEC, youngsters, please don't think that you're out of the entire discussion on administrative reforms. You're very much part of it. And online participants, Dr. Deshpande, Setu Madhavan, Professor Jairam, and others. And last but not the least, the lady to my right made a very valuable comment at the beginning itself. And I've heard this can be the last word as far as the conference is concerned. There is so much we can learn from the private sector. Are we getting them on board? And just the observation that she made, Sirisha made this morning, I think is very important. I'm reminded of Margaret Thatcher. She called it the term that she used. She said there are multinational company CEOs who've done wonders. Pluck them from there and say, you be secretary of the government. Is lateral entry the same as not? Is that? I'm not very sure. But there's so much we can learn private sector. So the last word of thanks would be to Sirisha ma'am. And thank you. All of you once again. Lunch is perhaps getting cold. We're sorry we took you beyond 2 o'clock. All of you, please join us for lunch. And Mr. Srinivas once again. We'll be inviting you again, sir. So we look forward to your inputs again. Thank you very much.